I can go live on Facebook. Oh, okay.
I don't know what's that. Are we full?
I can go live.
That's full.
And I think we're live.
Awesome.
So,
I'm gonna go on mute.
see those spines.
Okay, bye.
Let's see those
Bye.
spines usually the top of the
Hello, everybody. This is Schmidt Ocean Institute, Research Vessel Falkor, and ROV SuBastian. This is ROV Dive 424. We are currently at Baker Island in the remote
No. It's not.
Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Park. As you can see, we're on the bottom. We had just a couple of tricks to try to get online today. We thank you for joining us. Let us know if you have any issues seeing this, but we are live streaming to both YouTube and Facebook today, and we thank you all for joining us. The dive today started around 1,000 meters, maybe 800. We're currently at 1,000 meters. We're at 994. And our science team is taking one of their first samples here on the seafloor. My name's Deborah Smith. I'm a marine technician here on the research vessel Falkor.
Or BioBox.
Just a quick shout out to all of our regulars on YouTube. Thank you for following along and joining us. A quick shout out to Alex. Sorry you couldn't have joined us.
Nice.
That is good. So if you're just joining us now, we are on Baker Island. We are, where exactly are we? We're 994 meters below the surface of the sea. We are in the U.S. Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument, which is in the United States. But we are basically on the equator. I think we're like 0.1 degrees north of the equator right now. So these are truly equatorial waters. And should be a pretty exciting dive. We have some heavy currents, so we're going to be balancing the operations with the science needs, but we're going to be going from the deep sea up to the Mesozoic, trying to get to about 300 meters, trying to look at the transitions. We're also trying to document the biodiversity of corals, sponges, coral and sponge associates, microbial diversity, as well as looking at the coralivorous interactions. So trying to understand who eats who on the seafloor, specifically who's eating corals. So who are the coralivores, who are eating the sponges, which are the spongivores. We're also really interested in coral and sponge immune systems. So once they get eaten, they have an open wound. And so how do they prevent infection, since we don't really see very much disease in the deep sea? And so one of the ways we're doing that is we're looking to see how these corals respond to different microbial challenges in the lab once we bring them up.
And this is Tim Shank from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. I'm a benthic ecologist looking at the associates, the animals that live on these corals and support some much biodiversity. And so we just landed here a few minutes ago on a fantastic rock covered with at least 5, 6, 8 species of coral. We just took a sample of one. We want to see, understand. Not sure exactly what it is. So we are currently almost 1,000 meters just off the beach of Baker Island, just on the equator, Central Pacific.
And I'm Randy Virgin. I'm from Boston University, and yeah, we're here running this expedition so that we can document all of these habitats and species in this no-take marine protected area.
You want a 5? Yeah, that's fine. Anything else? larger.
So while this feature, meaning this island, has been seen before on the seafloor, there's been, I think, 3 previous dives. Nobody has ever been diving on this side of it. So we are deep into current on the windward side, looking at spots that we don't often get to go to. And the only reason we are able to use it, or get over here, I should say, is because the winds are knock on wood favorable, because the ship's crew and the ROV pilots are really exceptional at helping us to maneuver these waters. And here we are. So we'd like to, I see there's some comments in the chat. We'd like to really give a shout out and a big thank you to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as NOAA and the U.S. Geological Service, all of whom we are working with in order to sample these U.S. waters. All of the data that we collect will be shared with them, and in fact becomes public. A lot of these samples will we'll work on some of them in our laboratories. Some of them will end up in museums with public access, and a lot of these will also be used to publish our findings in terms of understanding and characterizing the benthic diversity on the seafloor. That red fuzzy thing is an urchin.
No, that's it.
I have been changing all the tentative ideas.
We are also characterizing the diversity of the water column. We actually just took a sample of water in a 5-liter Niskin bottle for environmental DNA analysis to see if we can detect DNA just in the water. I think humans every hour, or every day or every hour, shed 40,000 cells, and with our DNA in it, and so do all life, I guess. What I'm hearing now, and yeah, we want to go around with that. And so we think we know the animals in the deep sea also shed their cells with DNA, and so we can detect with these samples the variety of life that may be living down here. So we may not see any fish on this whole dive, but we may pick up their DNA in the water, so we know they're around.
Right,
and there's a fish right there. I was using an example, clearly not,
I think what's crazy about eDNA too is that it may sample what's in the water now. There may be some lingering samples from what was in the water a little while ago. And the question is how long ago? And so trying to ground truth these samples is really important. And so that's partly why we're imaging what's here at the same time we take water samples that we'll be able to go back and take a look at what's in the sample versus what we see on the seafloor.
One of the amazing things to me is that these animals that live on these corals can be very specific. It's truly an amazing partnership they've developed over the evolutionary history of these groups.
You can do
good. Like you just saw that crab come off that coral. That is an immunid crab, and tends to live up in high places. It wants to get up on rocks. It wants to get up on corals and things. I'm taking a zoom of it now. So it's not very specific. But there are other animals which are simply amazing that we'll see shortly. My next zoom probably. Yeah, that's a muted crab. Great looking specimen. Mostly scavengers. We don't see them feeding on the corals. We don't have any evidence that they feed on the corals. They will eat things off the rock. Not predators. Bring it back up to that purple coral that it came off of. Another zoom here, and you see there's lots of brittle stars or ophiuroids on these. It's very typical. Frame a shot for beauty. Beauty shot. I will zoom in on some polyps here, but there's 2 here. You see the 2
they're pretty big in terms of their bases, but then again, they have to be pretty strong in a current like this, right? They really have to anchor themselves to the rocks in order to.
Yeah. They are having the full brunt of this current that's coming down, I think, from the north.
Full brunt and full benefit. There's probably a lot of food that comes by on this.
Some of the polyps here on the left are all pulled in, contracted. I think most of them are actually now. Try to find some open polyps. So, but here's the point I was making earlier about this brittle star may spend its entire life in this coral,
What's this, Tim?
and they're very species specific. So this, what's that?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. What?
I don't know yet. You always give me the hard questions. You always give me.
Like, what do you
I
want
don't know
from
what
me?
it is.
If I knew what it was,
You're
I
always
wouldn't ask
spotting
you.
things, I don't. Huh? Say what?
I think it's an amphipod. See,
No,
it's got some,
I don't
no, I don't know
think so.
actually.
No, it's flat disc-like, and I can't tell it's part of something else.
I can't tell you.
It's very difficult doing when you're trying to identify these things. So we're basically getting patterns of relationships. Look at these back in the lab, and we'll look at their genetics. and
There's
see
an
how they
anemone.
co-evolve together. There's a ring anemone back here. We
Yeah.
saw that earlier. Position there, you can see it now. These are also very specific to corals.
What's blowing on that? Just
Yeah.
shots or that's something.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to get it. Zoom in here. There we go.
It's just something got tangled
You
in.
know, these, I think it's actually an Oreo, and you can see the arms
Yeah.
extended here, but it is rather flexible, isn't it?
Looks like it's holding something too.
Yeah, that's just flotsam or jetsam or something.
Yeah.
It's not. Okay.
It's a weird operating.
Any interest from anybody on this call? Not seeing it. Okay. Just a quick check. You want to go around the other
He
side?
said
or-
only, Steve said only if you have an interest in the operating.
Oh, he don't. That's what he does. Makes me the one that makes that call.
Okay. It's interesting is we're finding things all the way around this rock into the current, protected from the current.
I'm good with this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, here we are
Do
at
we-
994 meters and we have seen half of a rock. It's a very
I
exciting
know,
rock.
I know.
Did
should
we pop a
probably-
niskin
we should
yet?
probably- We did pop a
Okay.
niskin, so we should probably press on, but no coral collections for that Stoney Coral, the solitary coral.
No, it's
Okay.
really common. Which niskin did we pop?
Number one.
There we go.
Oh, you're right. All right, we're ready to move. Yes, please. You guys able to with that associated with this sample, you guys like the corals you were seeing around the
Great, yeah, a new position. Beginning on Northwest.
Great.
Oh, there's something on the back of the rock. See that?
What's that? Oh,
So we don't have to go. I'm just telling you.
let me just pop in here. I think it's the Stylaster.
I don't think so.
That's okay. Yeah, it is. I think it is. We're good at it. Or it's a hold fast.
I don't know.
No, that's colonial. All right. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't think it's
That's
still
not-
that cert.
I don't either. More cup corals in this rock and a nice little sea star over there on the right.
That's weird.
What's that? Is it up there?
I don't know. See, look. Tim,
What? Is that a sea star?
I don't know. I know what it is. I don't ask you. I only ask you when I don't know what it is.
Are you gonna ask me what this is?
I have
Oh,
a
come on.
guess, but I don't believe it.
I think I know what it is.
nice.
Get some more zoom on that.
I think it's a square tinian. I think it's Melansamia, but I don't know. Let me
I do
ask Steve.
I do too. And it's got a,
And Steve has already answered.
Steve, you need
It's
a
a
crab?
Melansamia.
yeah, it is. Nice to document it here at 993 meters.
All right,
Then we gotta say collect. I
No,
pause. I always
no,
pause
no.
now. Because
but that's
we have
cool.
other scientists across the hall. On the control van here, control van, I'd say. And then another quick zoom over here on the Sea Star. See what that is.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Good eyes.
You saw the one under the sediment, so that's pretty good. All right, come in.
Great. And there's another little cup coral.
So over here.
I guess I shouldn't be that surprised that it's Melansamia. We are in the right depth. It just threw me off to see it on the top of the rock like that.
I don't know if
Right
it's
away.
Aster or what, but if we get good documentation of it like this, we'll
Figure it out.
figure it out. It's part of our responsibility here is to image well once you document what we see. Okay, did you want to go look at the other thing, Randall?
I don't know. Only if you know what it is, then I'm good. If you don't, then yeah, I want to look at it because that's crazy. What is that thing?
I'm gonna do one. Let's just,
Oh, 2 sea stars.
Yep.
We're good.
right, we're good.
Just kind of had a funny look to it, you know?
Okay. Ready to make tracks.
Yep.
And then slam on brakes again. All right,
Hurry up and freeze.
hurry up, freeze.
It's not even hurry up and wait. It's hurry up and it's like freeze dance.
Freeze
Remember that?
dancing.
Don't you remember
Is
that
that like,
game when you
is
were a
that like
kid?
musical chairs or something?
Yeah, when you go in when the music stops, you stop
Yeah.
in whatever position you're in.
So we're about a half a mile from Baker Island. looks-
Just
Right,
about,
looks
yeah.
really close, and yet it's so deep here. So it's a very steep side of an old volcano. I see Mount/Island.
Mhm. And it's not, I mean, I like the island, but it really is. I mean, the
Oh,
maximum
it's-
elevation of this island is
it's
like a
fantastic.
half a meter,
Yeah,
maybe a meter.
it's about a mile long. It's about half the width.
It's part of the northern part of the Phoenix Archipelago. There's 10 islands in the archipelago, and 2 of them are in US waters. So we've explored the last, I think 6 out of 8 in 2017, and in the Kiribati Phoenix Islands. And here we are in the US Phoenix Islands looking at the last 2. So together we're putting the whole Phoenix Archipelago into context, looking north and south of the equator. And we're north of the equator by just a smidge. We're about, oh, I can't remember, but very, very, very close. We're less than a degree away. And we'll, as we motor south, in a couple days, we'll certainly cross it. So this is absolutely equatorial waters. And here we are at 990 meters below the surface of the sea in the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. So again, we'd like to thank the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA, and the U.S. Geological Survey for their help and assistance in allowing us to work in these waters and their collaboration and help in, because we'll be documenting and helping to provide important data that will feed into the knowledge of what the U.S. is actually protecting here. You can tell the current's crazy. Just look at the sand.
A couple of countries have laid claim to Baker Island over the years.
I
It was
didn't
a
know that.
massive, oh yeah, it was a massive guano
Well, right.
place. Boats used to come here from the UK and they would take 1,400 tons of guano on their boats and bring it back.
Well, you can certainly smell the guano now, but now it's protected guano.
Yes. If you look at the island, birds are like swimming like bats all over the entire extent of the island.
This is their island for sure. It's not anyone else's but theirs.
It's a little step up here, a little terrace.
So the dive track that we've picked has lots of little plateaus and bumps and terraces, and it should be pretty interesting as we should see constant changes in features. We're diving on a part of the island that nobody's ever seen before, so we really don't know what to expect until we see it. speaking of rocks, one thing we should look for while we're down this deep is if we
Oh,
happen
yeah.
to see a rock, we should grab one, but I haven't seen anything yet that looks good, promising. So already though, this looks very carbonate like. We should take a look at these corals.
Yeah, we should. Sorry.
So, is that a cup coral in between them? Or an
We gotta
anemone?
find out. I can't tell, actually. A pretty strong current down here, so the dots have to navigate us well. Oftentimes we'll move
There's a
sideways
fish.
and keep our,
See,
yeah, ready?
Yeah. I'm gonna take a quick snap zoom on the fish before it swims away.
Get it. It's like a snaffle blanket eel or some sort. Maybe not.
I don't know what
Sorry.
that is. It's very cute.
Yeah. Didn't see any parasites. Normally there's some parasites. All right, so you want to look at this, see if it's a cup coral?
Yeah, let's check it out.
Sorry, we're also playing with ISO. What do you think?
I think, ooh, I think the current is really crazy.
It's like anemone to me.
I don't know. I looks to see that base. It looks
I do, I
kind
was
of
trying
hard.
to get in the base here.
I think it's a cup coral.
You did?
I do.
Tell, because I can't.
Yeah, we
My
can't
eyes
study it.
My eyes are hurting. I can imagine Zoroceptor there, but you know what? Look at this.
Okay, well, let's go take,
Yeah.
yeah, Alexis says cup coral too.
Yeah. Okay. No,
I think so. I know that's
Okay.
2 votes for cup coral. We'll see. Let's take a look at the
if you wanted to go look
You wanna
at
look
it
at that?
more close up.
more most likely a plexer on the left.
Good with that imagery?
Okay, yeah, I think we're good.
Good to go. We keep going. That is 982 meters.
So this landscape is super interesting. It's kind of flat right now. We can see ahead there's some pretty big rocks. And so I think it's going to be highly varied as we go from place to place.
Seeing some stalkless crinoids or commodulate crinoids on the seafloor.
Check out that white
Feather
coral
stalk.
over there. Could be under there now, Samia, or it could be, I don't know what it is yet.
Another little terrace coming up, looks like.
Plexurids are all over the place, as is that Victor Borgia. Oh, I don't think that's, oh, well, is that Madrepora?
I think Madrepora.
I think it is.
Madrepora, thank you. Come down. Some lasers on it. 15 centimeters across, maybe. Those laser dots are, those green laser dots are 10 centimeters apart. Give us some sense of scale. Something on the left over here, like a molly crab or no?
Yeah, it's some kind of crab. You can see his claw, but I can't see what it is.
See legs of, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the associate, everybody else is looking at the coral.
Well,
Here we go. I'm going in. There's a variety of things that are here.
it's interesting.
Looks like Madripoor to me.
I agree.
Couldn't say it.
I also think that it's got a mix of live and dead
Yeah.
tissues, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the dead ones. I know that sometimes it's just how it grows, but this is such a patchy mosaic of tissue. You can see another associate down here, right? There's one here and one there.
A little bit tighter. Yesterday we were seeing barnacles that were impressed and grown over by the.
Yeah, well,
About the
there might be
skeleton.
one up there.
Yeah. So I was
See?
looking at it. So. Coral's mostly at the top. Polyps at the top.
All right, let's keep going.
Nothing's. Okay.
We
Thank
might
you.
collect some Madripoor later for our experiment, but I think that's a really small one.
Sit down.
Yeah.
Yeah. There may be more of these. Huh, interesting.
This coral here to the left might be different too. This yellow one. It's hard to tell, but the polyps look
That
really
looks like
bushy
it
from
can't
right
be
here.
for this wall here. Can I be it? Thank you. For look-see. Wow. That's
That is very cool. It's very dark.
expect the door to open.
No.
Yeah.
It's just a
The
shift
door did
change.
open.
You know,
Wow.
I think it's just, it's a
It's
really,
polyps all on one side.
yeah, it's a really dark coloration too.
Try and get it on some of the polyps. You see a crack? You see a crack?
See a dead cup coral on the back.
Must be losing my touch. I don't see it. Is it white? Oh, it's,
What
it's
is
not
it?
on the coral. Oh, sorry. That's cruel. That's really cruel. All right. Any interest from the back? Yeah, Adam was pilot
No.
spying the crab in the background.
Okay, I think we should take a look at that one to the left, the yellow one. The really one of those looks like had
It's Asher schemated.
bushy polyps.
This one here.
Steve is saying it's a Victor Borgia, which I think
Yeah.
we knew,
It's gonna be.
but I don't know what
You're upside this
kind.
crab in here. I can already see that.
And I want to know is this the same thing we've been looking at? It looks really different to me.
So,
So I'd
yeah,
love Steve's opinion on this one.
I could go in, I always go in Camp de Gorgia, but, I'm right half the time, so.
It's really bizarre looking in terms of the way that it looks like the crab is holding the whole coral in its mouth, but it's not. So Steve says this is a Canthogorgia.
Yeah,
So
see?
I'm gonna try to look for the characters here. It says 100%.
Already zoomed in, I'm gonna. So. That's a emitted crab. It's down, all right.
So let's take a little bit of a collection of this one.
You wanna collect it?
Yeah, Steve will take a little bit of a voucher.
Yep, I think it's a good idea.
So I don't think we need to take too much unless you want the crab. I think we can just take a little piece.
Yeah, that's fine.
at the top,
I think it's a different kind of
one of the
collection.
branches on the top.
Can you put the lasers on for a second? Oh, they on? I always do that. Let's see. I'm gonna come out again. Think I'm- uh, okay. All right. Look at send it to this. Yeah, I'll take it. All right. Looking at the gorge with the humidity. Okay. Just click there. Yes. Yeah. Right, right.
I think we should get just the top branch.
Well,
Like, you know, that, so that
Yeah,
one that's,
maybe
yeah,
go here.
exactly.
like that. That's it. Is he using this thing? Yes. Oh, yeah, there he is. It's fine.
I have to talk to Al, but I would guess around sunset or run out. Hang on. I think that's right.
That's great. Yep. Great. Oh, no.
What?
Oh, coral came up.
I mean, it is what it is. So yes.
Yes. Nice and easy. And the crab may stay on. Either way. I'm fine with putting another sample.
Fine.
Right? Just let it
Yeah,
go.
absolutely.
We're calling that $5. We do A. That's C on the starboard side. That'd be great. Yep. Might shouldn't be a real floater. There's a lot of current. So that's fine. See?
Mhm.
He's gonna try to swim out. He's gonna try to. No. Okay.
It's never over till
That's
it's
how you
over.
do that.
Okay, he is.
We see many of those crabs, that coral with all this dive, so
For sure.
it's representative of what's here, so it's really nice to have that. It's written down. That's right. You ready to press on? There's a lot.
Definitely.
There's a lot more up here. So I can tilt up and show you the next little rock terrace here. Slope. So I'm gonna. Okay. You know, I was actually reading a little bit, in 1935, they tried to establish colonies here on all these little islands.
I know. I
And they
always
left
amazes me.
4 people on that island to survive.
Mhm.
And they did for a while.
For a little while.
And they actually named little parts of the island. They had like four palm trees they named after
You know,
King
even on,
Dolby or something.
even on some of the more lush islands, like the ones in Kiribati,
Yeah.
which they're bigger, so they have a freshwater lens and they have more plants. The colonization of these islands has been insanely hard. There just aren't enough resources for people to be able to
No.
get what they need to really survive out there. And the heat is intense, and without constant resupply, it just doesn't work. And it's just so far away from everything. It's so remote. It's a really challenging place. So it's a perfect place for a marine protected area. You know, it's really high biodiversity. It's really high abundance. It's really remote. And because of its history, it really hasn't been overly colonized throughout time. So it's a great place to it's been de facto uninhabited. And so it's a great place to protect. And also, though, it's protecting something real. There's a lot of people fishing in this area, particularly for tuna. And so making sure that there are some spaces that are protected even from tuna fishing means that we can have relatively intact ecosystems that can help to replenish our fisheries so that we have sustainable fishing for the future.
Amazing. Yeah, looking for a little rock here, maybe.
I don't see anything.
Well,
Do you see anything
well,
that
there's
looks
this lip
loose?
here. I was
What
noticing
about this, maybe? How about this, Adam?
See, I don't know if that would come, or these sculpted terraces are really interesting.
Yeah, if you think you can.
Right. So there's this one here, maybe, or that lip. Sometimes those lips will break. See, they're highly altered, covered in manganese. We've got this 972. Whether or not we can sample a rock here. We have colleagues at the USGS who really would like to know more about the age of these volcanoes, these seamounts, and the alteration these rocks have gone through. These areas we're looking at are Cretaceous in their origin.
Yep.
I'll just chat about rocks. This looks like it's
I mean, it is really interesting pavement, right? It looks really. Crazy. Yeah,
yeah.
you can get it.
what I'm
That's
thinking.
perfect.
Yeah. Certainly in place, right?
Yeah,
I don't know how
you can get that.
keep in touch with everything.
I'm not. I'm trying desperately. I'm like locked out of everything. So I'm just trying to.
Yeah, right.
What?
That's a horrible feeling.
I know. Because listen.
No, I would rather have. We're gonna try it. Yeah. These look like they're not quite the rocks we're looking for. Right. This is more like they want older, black,
Yeah.
manganese coated rocks. Iron manganese.
I think-
This looks so rusty. Like there's lots of iron.
I don't know, but I still think it'll be interesting for them to look at. So we are giving these rocks to the U.S. Geological Survey at their request to try to understand a little bit of seamount age and sort of the mineral and chemical composition of what's in the seawater and what encrusts on these rocks over time. And trying to understand how much crust gets deposited over time. This helps us to understand how old and how exposed these rocks are.
We're hoping this is going to break like a potato chip, right?
Well, maybe not quite like a potato chip because there's
Well.
lots of little shards everywhere.
Oh, no. Just hope that this.
Yeah.
you'll
What
be
about
able
like a frozen
to
chocolate bar?
stand strong.
I'm just being silly.
To keep the food analogy going.
Well, you're the one who brought up potato chips.
Yeah, here we go.
I don't know. It
Not
looks
a
pretty
chance.
hard.
Not a chance.
This is really annoying. It could literally locked out of this.
No. Okay. Then we had that other one over here, we thought, right? Black rock.
Yeah.
I don't know. If it's part of the pavement, I don't know. I thought I saw one that was not. This one here, maybe? That one? That little one? Is that part of it?
I think, yeah, but is that loose? Or is that
No.
consolidated?
May not be loose.
I don't know.
I don't know. Breakable?
Or this one right here.
We'll
I
know
see
till we
another
try.
one that looks pretty good too.
Rock spotting.
Loose rock spotting.
Loose rock spotting.
You know, I
It's
think
like
it's
an Olympic event.
except that did you
Randy
actually?
Rosen wins gold.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think you're gonna pick the winning rock. Here's my question to you though.
Yes.
When was the last time you watched The Neverending Story?
I've never seen it.
Ah, you gotta watch it. We're
I've
on the
never
ship.
seen it.
But there's a character called the Rock Biter, and this is what he does. He
Oh,
picks
is
up
that right?
rocks.
Well,
He
then we're
loves
right.
rocks.
We're right down the middle.
I'm just saying.
We're living the purpose.
This fits. This is never ending story. Mission appropriate.
People listen to know what you mean. The Falkor, they don't know the story.
Oh,
but
yeah,
the
maybe you
background.
don't know. Yeah, so Falkor is named for the luck dragon in the 1980s classic, The Neverending Story, and Sebastian, our ROV, is named for the character Sebastian in the movie. But it's this clever play because it's a sub, and so it's Sebastian.
Yeah. I think this may be all pavement here.
Well, Tim, we're gonna have to have a movie night on our long transit home when we're done with all of the diving.
Well, you saw another one, Andy, or not?
I don't know. There looked like there might have been one in this, maybe not. No, can we zoom in for a minute?
Zoom in.
I think is this loose right here? It just looks like there's a shadow underneath it. That's the only reason, but I don't think it's loose. I think it's part of all this. So no, is a long story short.
I think this is all attached.
I agree. I think
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, you're right. Keep an eye out. I'll center up here.
So going on with the never ending story
Yeah.
analogy, we have those two little tenders. They're Orin and Atreyu, which are also characters. Or Arwen. Something like that. And so one of the unnamed ABNJ seamounts that we dove earlier this expedition that nobody had ever mapped or dove before, we think we might try to name the Oracle after the Oracle in the Neverending Story as well as a nod to Falkor. So we'll try. I don't know if they're going to be able to break that.
Yeah, naming things on the seafloor that you discover features you comes with a lot of paperwork.
A lot of paperwork.
No, it's really an endeavor you have to go through. You have to have it fully mapped. You have to have a rationale for naming, and you have to have names that are applicable to contribution to oceanographic investigations, efforts, research, discoveries.
Well, so the other justification for what I was thinking is that, we asked it a question and all it did was ask us more questions. So that seems totally appropriate.
Well, I think it's, with Mid-Ocean Institute's contribution to our knowledge of the ocean, the deep ocean in particular, it makes total sense to me to try to demonstrate that appreciation and dedication and commitment to this. So to name something that's appropriate
We'll see.
is appropriate.
And
So,
certainly their contribution to marine science has been outstanding. We are in places and making observations that would never otherwise be possible without their support.
we're just going through a watch change here as well. So we got a new pilot, navigator, new person on the arm here.
So watch change already?
Watch change already. It is noon.
Oh my God, how
It
did it get
is
to be noon already?
noon. We are 7
Oof.
hours behind the east coast of the United States. Oh,
Oh,
there's a
well,
rock sample. See?
That's
That's it. Yeah.
yeah, or see if
sure.
there's a rock underneath it, maybe. There might have been a loose rock right underneath that was easier to grab. Yikes. That was surprising. I
Yeah, it
didn't
was
expect that to pop up.
No, it's not a thin lip on the side. Though. I was hoping for something thin that could break off.
Yeah.
Nice, but I
You
don't-
see there's a rock right underneath it that looks pretty good. So if they can flip that thing, I bet you they can grab that little rock.
It's massive. I think so.
Beautiful.
Excavation time.
Yeah, what about right there?
The other thing I realized today was that before the dive was that Baker Island is like the last U.S. land to
Mhm.
experience the New Year.
It's true.
It's the furthest west land in the Pacific.
Do you know the story of? Do you know the story of from Kiribasa's perspective?
Let's hear it.
It's so good.
I can't wait.
So Kiribati is actually responsible in a good way for the change in the jog, our current date line and how it looks. And it's because they're spread over 3 island archipelagos and the date line ran right through them. So it was really hard as a country to do anything when 2 days out of every 5, somebody was always having a weekend. You only had 3 work days where the whole country was working in the
Oh,
same
my
thing. So,
goodness.
right. So
Never thought of that.
former President Sito lobbied the United Nations to change the date line, and they did to accommodate the country, which was great. They did this a couple years before the year 2000, and then the year 2000 hit, and everyone realized that because the date line had changed, that Millennium Island, which is so appropriate, right, would be
Yeah.
able to be the first one to see the dawn of
Oh,
the new millennium. And it's in Kiribati waters, and it's partially
Right.
due to this change in date line. So this is the furthest south that we'll get, but Kiribati actually has Millennium Island, which saw literally the dawn of a new millennium, which I just think is completely lovely.
That is. I never knew that story. That's
There
really
you go. And actually, there was a song that he wrote, this former president. He's an incredibly musical man, and it's called Millennium. It's this beautiful song. I would sing it for you, but it's a little weird to sing on here. But it's really
So
beautiful.
is that island inhabited? Is it
Yeah, ooh, that's a great question.
Yellow piece?
I,
Can you spin it
no.
around? Is it dark on the other side or encrusted in any way?
Oh, it looks like on the inside it is, huh?
Looks real light to me.
I mean,
I don't know. What do you think, Randy? It's
I
your
think we
call.
have a rock in our hands. We should put it in the
Yeah.
rock box.
Yeah, let's go. That's good. Rock box.
Even if it's little, it's something.
Yeah.
Might be all we get.
A for effort.
I hope it doesn't. I hope it's not so little that it falls right out. Maybe we should put it in the bio box. No, I think it's all right. I think it's bigger than the slats.
I think.
I am hoping. It's really hard to tell.
It'll stay.
Yeah, I think so. Let's put it right next to the wiffle ball of science.
That's sample 190. Thank you.
So the other great thing about these islands is that they're really important seabird and turtle nesting habitats. So really, the people first, the animals that get to see the end of the new year or the beginning of the next one, further south in U.S. waters here, are really the turtles and birds, which is as it should be in a no-take protected area.
Yeah, ready to go. Heading up to the northwest. Seeing these small steps that are on larger terraces. Quite a sculpted area here. Currents would expose these areas and these hard grounds and allow for these sessile animals like corals and sponges to land. Have you seen a sponge yet?
No,
A stalk sponge?
no, we saw a couple of infesting sponges on our first rock.
Yeah.
That's all we got.
Right.
And they were little. They were like
Yeah.
mixed against those recruits of Stylaster or whatever it was. Star.
We thought with this dive trap it'd be this kind of habitat.
Yeah,
So, you know,
for
it's
sure.
a little bit flatter and it's.
You know, it's a trade-off. It's one of these funny things where we're always looking for rocks and cliffs because that's where the majority of the corals are. And we do expect to see some of that on this dive, but we picked a spot that has plateaus. And one of the other reasons we picked it is because it's what we could dive today, you know, frankly. And I think that that's, yeah, let's take a look at that white coral.
Hey, Cody, can we look at that one? Sorry.
But I think that's okay because there's so much value in seeing all sides of these islands. If we only ever dive one, there's a big one coming up the back too, Tim, you see?
Yeah. Let's do a snap here.
Then we don't ever really get a sense of how the whole thing puts together. So I think it's just a base. I don't think there's anything alive there
Hold
still.
fast. Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
And there's a little squat lobster right in the hole. Do you see it?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. I'm ready. We're ready to go. Sat down so quickly.
Cody, there's a white coral up to the left
Yeah,
that we're looking
sorry.
for. Okay.
Again, with these currents, sometimes we move laterally.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, that
It's impossible to
so
see.
keep our nose into the wind. That's it.
No, Cody knows what we're going for.
He does. All right. 968 meters.
So we did miss it. So anyway, yeah, you know, getting to see parts of the habitat that we don't normally see. There's still plenty of things here, right? There's plenty of life, and there's some corals growing in some relatively sparse habitat. But I think that's informative too. It really tells us what we expect to see as we round an island, rather than just always diving the same ridge. And so I think that's pretty important to know. What'll be even more interesting is if the communities are really similar or different, or just putting all of this in context.
Can we look at that, Cody? I see you muted it on top, one on the rock. Again, those are not specific to any coral, one coral. Like some of these little stars that we see.
Bridge, RV.
There's several colonies right here together. There's one big one.
Yeah, we got it.
I don't know. It would be a
Thank
really
you.
hard thing for it to be one big one, but maybe it just sets out multiple
Can you bring the ISO down a little bit?
multiple bases.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, shrimp on the right, the long-legged shrimp is from the family Nematochrossinidae. Common occurrence in the deep sea.
No, look at that. Is that just one?
Oh, I'm seeing the, sorry, as always, I look beyond the coral, I'm seeing a solitary hydroid behind the coral, I think.
Oh, I think you're right.
These are ophicanthus sea stars.
But I'm trying
Still
to,
some salastrids.
I just see, I'm trying to find the base on this coral.
So the base, I thought was,
Is it right here? Is it, I think there is this like 1, 2, are there multiple ones, 3?
some corals will put out additional bases. I don't know if this. That, I think that qualify as a real holdfast. I don't know.
I don't know.
On the edge of a
Very
rock
cool.
here.
So is this the same Plexaurid that we've been seeing, or is this the Acanthogorgid? I'm still kind of having
You guys got it?
doubts.
Thank
Let
you.
me ask Steve.
Joe. Turn it back. Okay, hold on. There we go. So what we look for is a branching pattern. We look at the columns themselves.
Flexor?
how we-
Yeah, it's a Flexor. It's the same as what we saw in the folder.
That's
Yeah.
perfect. That's what I was thinking. It looks a lot less bushy.
Gotta plug in a little.
Let me grab my stuff here.
Just gonna change out our watches here. Every 4 hours, we have a different watch come in. So Randy and I will leave you for a while. Steve Oskovich will come in. Okay, Steve, your next sample is 191.
191.
Yep, we got
Box crab with a category.
you saw that probably. The Plexar is
There,
here
in the
again
water.
in the water.
All
That's
right.
really it so far. So,
I'm gonna make a little way.
Go.
how much?
Let's see if you're alone. I'll stay here with Steve and then someone else comes up. Oh, is that automatic? Yeah, okay, good. You want to log?
I could do, yeah, a little bit of both.
Tim's phone?
You've got automatic here too to help you.
I think we're all set with this shot. We can, yeah, thanks. We're gonna make some way. Oh, sure, yeah, we can go peek.
That phone is for some.
Yeah, everything.
Oh, this is your.
Flyby. It's something we've seen already on the dive. I'm guessing they don't want to collect this one because they didn't collect the last one. So I just want to get a quick peek. Either way, we can probably get a good enough identification. Yeah, so can you put it put an auto? I'm pretty sure it's at a lump sum yet. So, okay, thanks. We can move on. Just need a couple of those so far. It's a little dark, actually. Yeah, it's a little dark. It's a. I mean, it's probably whiter than the sediment, but it's dark. All right. Hello, everyone. We're just settling in for our watch change here and starting our move up slope again. We are diving today on Baker Island, which is a small island south of where we were yesterday, Howland Island. We're diving today on a similar side, the kind of the windward side of the island, in the southeast corner. Again, doing a similar dive plan to what we did yesterday, working our way from 800 to 900 meters up until pretty much as shallow as we can get. And if you were tuning in last night our time, local time, you probably saw we made it up quite shallow into the photic zone. We saw a number of fishes, sharks, shallow water corals even. That was kind of unusual because we don't really get a chance to get up that shallow. So we'll see what we can do today. Our goal still is similar also to yesterday, to observe and characterize some of the deep water coral and sponge fauna of this region. We're focusing mostly on seamounts and islands on this expedition. What's that? It's just a coil, a bamboo coral right there. Bamboo coral. You talking about this one? Yeah. We can do a quick in and out. I think we've imaged this one a bit, and it might actually be close to one of the ones we collected earlier. Yeah, similar enough, I would say. Another plexaurid. This is one of the groups that we are most interested in sampling here because we're having some difficulty from our 2017 cruise to identify things we saw in video within this family, despite having numerous collections as well. So it indicates that there's some tremendous diversity here within this family of soft corals.
What are the soft corals names here?
Should be Plexauridae, P-L-E-X. There we go. Yeah. So we are the 12 to 4 watch. We came on and let our colleagues go downstairs and grab some lunch. My name is Steve Oskovich. I'm one of the scientists and watch leaders out on this expedition. I'm a visiting postdoctoral researcher in the Rojan lab at Boston University. And I am joined by...
My name is Anamere Dinabe. I'm an undergraduate student from the PRIMNM University of Hawaii, and I'm from Kiribati.
And we are team 12 to 4. We're going to be doing some narration over the next few hours, as well as documenting some of the critters we're finding. Yeah, we can settle up on it. You may want to make a collection here too, just to so I don't spring it on you. You may not, but might set up in that way. This stuff is pretty brittle, so grab kind of like a clump of it, whatever quiver, but it's hard and sinky.
It's like a pearl.
I think so. Yep, the red. Yep, that's right. Good eye. Get it close in first.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Two for one here, a little bit of the crab and a little bit of the coral. So we're looking at Madrepora here, which is a stony coral, one of the two primary deep water colonial corals we've been seeing in this area, Madrepora and Enelopsamia. We've seen them both so far, but this is of interest to some of our colleagues on this cruise. And so we're going to try and set up for a collection of some of this material. All right, I'll go back in and we'll do a specimen shot. Auto. There we go. All right, going out. One more specimen shot. All right, and we can proceed with the collection.
Looks like they- Just a little piece or?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to cut. Yeah, you're going to have to kind of go in there and grab a bunch, and yeah, and then it's going to drop like sticks into the box. Anywhere. Yep. We just want to make sure we get some of that live stuff that looks like it's feathery, hairy.
Can you remind me of the coral again?
Just solitary stone coral here. This one. Oh, not that one. Solitary stone. Oh. Yeah, that one exactly. I'll do the sample for this one. Okay, whatever you can grab. That looks good. Sample 191. Going into 15. Very nice. I think that's probably enough. Yep.
Enough?
That's enough. Yep. I think we'll see more of these. So if folks do want to collect more later, we can do that. But I think that's enough for our purposes now. This is one of the components of that crazy wall we were driving up, that big overhang yesterday. Yeah. But better to get it here than on that wall.
Mhm.
It's open. We can go. We saw that one. Imaged it pretty well on the way on landing. So let's drive up.
No interest.
No interest. We got credit imagery of that already. We were noting yesterday at the end of our dive how warm the water was. It was 25 or 26 degrees, I think, by the time we pulled the vehicle, and we were looking at about 4.8 degrees, 5 degrees C right now. And it just shows how quickly, when you're on the upper ends of some of these islands and atolls and seamounts, how quickly the temperature changes. Nothing here of interest. We sampled that one and we already imaged that one. Let's drive and try and get up towards 900 meters and see what it looks like up there. Bottom current is something like north to south.
Yeah, pretty close.
Or down, yeah, not quite downslope, kind of south. A lot of just rubble, gravel. Oh, there's a, no, that's a
Oh, that's one of
sea
those.
cucumber. Yeah, Pelagothuria. Sea cucumber Pelagothuria. Really neat. We got some amazing imagery when we were here in 2017 of Pelagothuria. It's the only sea cucumber, to the best of our knowledge, that spends all of its life associated with the midwater. Most sea cucumbers we see are on the seafloor ingesting sediments. Pelagothuria lives up into the water column and lives its whole life there. Some cobble-sized rocks, gravel-sized rocks. This all looks like talus material piled up on the sides of the slope. I suspect this dive will be somewhat similar to the one yesterday, in where we have like these slopes and then a steep bump. Yeah, terracing.
It's a black coral.
Oh yeah, a very tiny one. A good eye. Yeah, didn't even see that one. It was blending in right down at the bottom of the screen. 6 o'clock. Very, very bottom edge of the.
Wow.
Yeah, sure. Let's go in.
Where's the stick?
I have one over here. Yeah, that was did not see that one, but this one looks like it could be Some sort of schizopathid, not family. Maybe Bathypathes, but I'm not. I don't believe that. Maybe Heteropathes is another option. But it does have a squat lobster, so good to document that for Tim. Hold it for a second. All right, go wide and keep going. Yeah, one of the things that we don't typically find a lot of corals living right here at this depth, or associated with this substrate type, because a lot of this rock is pretty loose stuff. As you can tell, look, we're on a slope, and any large corals that might be living on this type of bottom was probably, or it probably wouldn't support larger corals colonies, because they would topple over after they reached a certain height or mass, in which case they would be grazed by sea stars, whatever predators might eat corals at this immediate depth. So not much here, but I suspect as we get up closer to this steeper terrain that's coming up, where it's more stable, we might, right, yep. Another one. Okay, so this looks like another coral. I'm gonna take a quick look in. Since it's associated with a crab here, let me know when you're stable.
Stable, sir.
Okay, going in. This also looks like Chrysogorgia, and a bottle brush colony. Some kind of squat lobster there. I think this is the first Chrysogorgia we've seen of this dive.
Do you want me to write the coral associate?
Yeah, you can just put crab and crab in here, and we can have Tim look at it later and replay. Just image that one more second. All right, coming out. Keep going. Ready.
What type of crab is that? Pure stay-like crab. Don't need the crab.
Yeah. I can't see. Can you make that any brighter? I can't see it at all. Yeah, I'm not sure about the. You don't have to write any text in there. Just hit submit.
Oh, another coral right there.
Yep, looks like another Chrysogorgia. That's okay. Fine. Yeah, they all are like this right here. It makes me think that these small stubby colonies are more favorable than much larger ones for the reasons I mentioned before. More Chrysogorgia. Seems to be pretty characteristic of this immediate area. Solitary hydroids. So we are now passing our second waypoint, roughly. That one's a crinoid. Crinoid, yeah, it's a feather star. I feel like I keep seeing octopus here, but I think they're just rocks that are very convincing.
Yeah. Well, someone back there was touched the rock, the next one touched it.
But this debris field, yeah, pretty much all there is for a bit. There's a little bit of relief on the sonar, but not much. Yeah. So about how far can you go from underneath the ship? What's your leash like?
Away from the ship?
Yeah.
Like go over 200 meters.
Oh, in any one direction? That's a
Just-
pretty good,
just not
pretty
far.
good leash. Yeah.
Just not in front of it, so we can go 200. that way.
Yeah.
Now, if he was parallel with us,
Huh.
and he's moving with us parallel.
Yeah.
We can obviously have that go
So you,
around and go parallel. with it.
yeah.
Like right now, 160.
So that cable kind of slumps like that. Right. Okay.
So it goes
Just trying to
straight
figure out how. Yeah.
down, makes this S curve.
Okay. Yeah. That is so foreign to me.
It's a big crab.
Oh, yeah. Big crab. Go take a look at the crab.
Yeah, it's right. Pull it out.
Neat little crab. I wonder if this is similar to the Caseon we've been seeing. Yep. Similar posture. They kind of do this. I'm guessing it's some sort of defensive pose. I mean, I would be, I wouldn't go near it yeah, like this.
The bigger ones are bulging, way bigger. Holy. What you doing?
Gonna go in really tight on the face just one more time.
You're in manual with the shirt?
Got it.
Looks a little mean. I don't know.
Yeah, that carapace looks pretty old. I wonder if wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't molted recently. Sometimes they can have barnacles and things attached on their carapace if they're really that old. I got it. Back. Oh, overshot. All right. Well, he's on his way, and well, we'll be on ours.
Floating out. I'd go with ditch. Yeah, it's just little ditches.
A little bit more relief. Yeah, can we look at the bamboo coral? Looks like it has some the single unbranched.
Bamboo coral.
Yeah. I think there's something on it. Might be a crab. I haven't seen any bamboo corals imaged yet. We'll see if we can find some of the characters that make it a bamboo coral. All right.
Manual focus, sir.
Okay, we're gonna do a little bit more imaging here, but we're gonna set up for a collection trying to get the crab plus the coral. So I'm guessing maybe just below the crab. I don't know. Let's see how big this is. Yeah, lasers. Yeah, you have a lightsaber noise or something if you're on the lasers.
We need a soundboard.
Yeah.
You've been recruited to be our personal soundboard. So every time we turn on the lasers, you gotta make laser noise. You're good. There you go. You're hired.
So-
85, right.
I think what we might do is do a slurp and a cut here for the coral.
It's pretty big.
Yeah, that's a little large. So one more thing, I'm gonna image this carefully. All right, and let's go. Yeah, let's do 2 sample numbers here. So the slurp is going to be 1 sample, and then the other ones.
Index is our suction jars are clear, correct?
I have all clear. Yeah.
Awesome, sounds good. Make sure it's indexed appropriately. One. Little something more now. Someone tear that board over. I'll do it. I'll bring that start with it also.
Yep. Just highlight it.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's a good question. There was a question a few minutes ago about what corals might have looked like in over geological history, and it's really interesting question. Going even back to the Cretaceous, where there was actually quite a lot of reef building creatures during that time. A lot of the carbonate rock on some of these seamounts can go back to the Cretaceous. And over time, since sea level has risen and the island or seamount has subsided, that old ancient rock will sink, and then is built upon by new seafloor, or new coral reef in this case, on this island. But what's interesting is that we have a pretty good fossil record for hard corals, right? The stony corals, because when they die, they fall to the seafloor, or they fall into the sediment. They get covered and fossilized over time. However, a lot of the soft corals we have very poor records for, because they don't really leave lasting skeletons. That is, maybe we'll just cut it. Yeah, let's do that, and we can cut the bamboo coral into multiple pieces, so we can take a snip from the bamboo up top, and then go back and take a second snip underneath the crab. Yeah, he's really stuck on there. Yeah, because I don't think that whole branch would fit in a quiver with the crab. So yeah, I was saying, yeah, a lot of the soft corals, like the bamboo coral you saw here, they do have a skeleton, right? They do have this axial skeleton that all the polyps are attached to. However, the skeleton may preserve in the rock, but the tissues certainly won't. The tissues will, you've seen lots of rubble around here, stony coral rubble, as well as sometimes we see branches of these octocorals, and they don't last long. They get, they can even dissolve over time in the seawater because of the chemistry of the seawater in this part of the world. Whatever two pieces will fit in the quiver. Yeah. So with these squat lobsters, one of the things that a lot of animals down here try to do is feed up into the water column as much as possible. Obviously, being on the seafloor is a pretty treacherous place. You have predators, you have lots of things that can try to eat you. Whereas if you're up in a coral colony, not only do you have access to all the food that floats down before the animals on the bottom have it, but you also have some refuge. You have some protection from predators in the bottom.
What number is that?
I've got it here. I'll enter it on my site. This is going to be sample 192, but I'll do the sample entry right here. So instead of doing two sample numbers, now we're just going to do the one. Sample number 192.
And then you combine it.
Yeah.
I'll just log those the things that we see.
Yeah, there's some squat lobsters and shrimp over here.
Where shrimp.
It's moving. Keep coaching. Just don't fly up.
Just don't fuck up over there.
I think he's a little intimidated by your jaw. Claw. Very nice. Sample 192 for this cruise. We're on track to have more sample IDs than 2017. Should be pretty amazing considering we took a lot of water samples in 2017. Yeah. So if you're watching in front, we have these quivers, which are specialized containers that we can use to put specimens and keep them in their native seawater for as long as possible while we move up the seamount here. One both helps us separate samples and associated organisms with those samples, but also keeps temperature to some degree of those containers so that the animals don't stress out and expire before they have a chance to reach the surface. Black coral, yep. Oh yeah, another associate on it. A couple of them, in fact.
Yes.
Really hard to see these crabs through the black coral here. You can tell it's a black coral because of the very dark black skeleton. It's a proteinaceous skeleton that we can see through the tissue here. Can't we put it auto? Auto. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. It's a problematic, keeps on moving up and out of the frame. All right, well, I'm just going to take an image of that. And we can get going.
The name of the system right there is
Yep.
an asteroid.
That one's an ophiuroid or brittle star.
I can't see one. Oh, here?
Yeah, ophiuroids. No, yep. All right, onwards. We have to start moving a little bit. We're getting a little bit behind our dive plan. Another Chrysogorgia. Yeah, with ophiuroids. Little bit of some similarity and some blending in the coral community right here. We've got a bunch of these similar plexaurids. We've been seeing bamboo corals, stony corals, both Enelopsemi and Madrepora here. A couple of Chrysogorgia as well, bottle brush. There's a pretty rather small couple of colonies of Calyptrophora in this area. If there's any interest in the primnoids, Randy and others, if you're listening, let me know. I mean, they're not huge colonies, but if it'll fit your needs, if you need tissue for your experiment, let me know. But otherwise, we're just gonna go along here and just document. Similar community, Victorgorgia, Plexaurids, Acanthogorgia, Chrysogorgids, a couple of black corals, been seeing some Stichopathes. Actually, could we drop back down to the sit on the sediment, and we're gonna grab another fragment of this coral. It's one we sampled before, the stony one, but we're gonna grab another colony for a separate experiment. Yeah, exactly. Same exact type of thing. Quiver. Unless a lot of it comes, then I guess we can go buy a box, but we're going to try and do quiver. I do want to get an image for the can I push in on this one? There are lasers on, but they're no, perfect. I just wanted to get it on the colony. Okay, we can start sampling. This is going to be 193.
It's number 14.
Number quiver 14. Okay. Bonus points if you get any associates, by the way, but I think they're kind of hard. They're just the crabs at this point. I think they're going to swim away if we try and grab them. Your call. We won't say no.
This is a bamboo coral.
This is a stony coral. It's a colonial stony coral called Madrepora. It should have its own bubble. Yeah. Not solitary. It should have its own bubble. Madrepora here, second row, all on the right. You gonna try and trap the crab? I mean that might be enough. We don't need a lot. We just need 3 different colonies. Since there's at least a couple dozen live polyps there, unless we need more Madrepora for your stuff. You want 3 colonies of like big chunks, or just how many? How much material? More than that?
That's plenty.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We don't need to go back for more material.
We're going to do experiment. I'm going to look at basal respirometry. But shallow and deep Madrepora. This is deep. Was it a PRIMNM in the top of that round?
There were a couple. Yeah, there's they're not that big, but the one in the background that we haven't seen yet is a little bit larger. 13. So it's number 13. Yeah. All right. You can do observations if you want. Yeah, and then the next sample is kind of be up on top of the rock. Happy. It's up and in the back. It looks like that one, but there's a bigger one in the back, and that one might be better and easier for sampling. Since we might be able to do some associate collections as well. That one doesn't seem to have any associates with it. Talking about that one. Is that in a rut for you? Okay. You would like that one then. And the goal here, I think we can do.
You want an Eskimo?
Yeah, maybe. Well, let's do this first and I'll think about it.
Yeah, sure. I've noticed, I've seen the trend of
Yeah,
a bunch of different
it is interesting. Some of the stuff's the same, some of the stuff's different, so this could be a good opportunity. So I'm thinking we want to get some of these brittle stars also.
Okay.
So I'm thinking maybe this looks like a possible bio box candidate since we need a good amount. Yeah, I was thinking right here. You think if we cut it here, will it go in a bio box
No.
easily? Okay, let's cut it here, and if you could, your challenge is to get the crab also.
Okay.
Or anything else on there. Can we go close in and do some imaging first? Oops. Come out. One of these. Yep. Down to the crab. Okay. I think we can go now.
So you want to where that's that second laser.
Yeah, yeah. Even yeah, closer to here. I just think it's going to come off easier in one piece if you kind of pretty much right on line with that brittle star.
Let it rip, hey, Jit. Give me a sec. Just a touch. Yeah. Slow. Straighten it.
Yeah, yeah, it's great. This is sample 194.
Sit down. Get me slow on there. Got my sit. Sit. You might have inside the very jump.
Yeah, it's kind of stuck in there. Yeah, it could might come up, might swim out. Who knows? It's between the quivers, yeah. I would say leave it for now. Be programming around there all day. I don't want to waste too much time. Good, great collection. Box. Bravo. I think he fell between 9 and 10. Yeah, we got one in box C.
We'll jump right in there. So you want to stick the crab right down,
Yeah, I mean,
see if he pops out?
if we see him again, he's kind of in the bottom of the quiver rack, right?
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
so. We'll take a look and see.
Yeah. I mean, I think just leave him in there for now. I mean, it might just stay in there. I mean,
The crab.
yeah, maybe. All right. Yeah, don't worry about it. Let's keep going. If he swims out, we'll keep an eye on it. But at least he's on the vehicle somewhere.
Switch.
It's true.
Ready. Yeah, we need to move a little bit because we haven't moved more than about 60 meters of vertical since we got on bottom. What's the depth? Waypoint 3. Yeah. That on that. You know, I probably have that too somewhere.
So how many microflores do we have already seen?
Yeah. Sorry, did you say what the depth of the waypoint 3 was? Half listening. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't see it. You know, I actually have that information right in front of me. 917 meters. What I can see. It's right on, spot on. It looks like this slope is going to be pretty gentle and like this until we get closer to So between 4 and 5, it's going to be the steepest. Something like that. Most of the life we're seeing is attached to the hard bottom, or large blocks and boulders. Otherwise, yeah, pretty much just shrimp, maybe a very occasional versicorchids and black corals.
So it's 9:17.
Yeah, I know, I found it. Yeah, yeah, I was
Oh, sister.
looking at the wrong document. A little bit of relief here. Still quite a bit of sand ripples. A little bit crustier up here.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's some large bamboo corals, Pictogorgia, Acanthogorgia, Metallogorgia. This heteropathes-like thing that we've been seeing. It's bamboo corals, huh? Pretty decent diversity. Anglerfish. Can we do a Niskin here? This is actually a better outcrop than the last one. Do a Niskin water sample here. One of the 5s, number 2, is O2. 1, 9, or 5. Water Niskin 2. Else from Noads.
Redundantly observing. Is that okay?
It's not quantitative.
If you want to talk too loud, you should introduce yourself and talk in
Good capture. Okay.
Two fire.
Okay. Okay, once again, everyone, for those who are just joining us on board, we'd like to welcome you. And my name is Anemone from the Brigham Young University of Hawaii from Kiribati, and I'm here with the scientists joining them in this expedition.
It's gonna bother me now, so I have to look up. It's gonna look up this fish identification because it's one of the more common ones. It's an angler, yeah. All right. Got the fish button. Got the fish button. Okay.
And for those who are joining us from Kiribati, Maori, and 가있으면은 you the research, hopefully baka nalin na ikampay kamay sa sinanuri na tayo yung kamraba.
Sledenia. I knew there was something that started with an S. Sledenia. A few different species from what I understand in the Pacific, so wouldn't go better than that. But a little bit of a step change here in substrate type, moving into more of these carbonate blocks and boulders. I'm going to tilt up if that's okay. Just so I can see a little bit of what's coming ahead. Yep, yeah, keep going. Slow down. Get forward, slow down. Yep, yeah, I think we've imaged a lot of stuff. Pathy is there. Nope. Telepathies. Telepathies. That's what I'm gonna call it. What's that? That could be fixed.
Oh, beautiful fish. Are we going up right now
Going up.
in that thing?
Yeah, we're going up in depth. Oh, stop. Look at that.
Okay, so right now we're going up and what is this coral? Okay, there's a sea star over there and the coral sticking up to the coral. A dead coral.
Sit down and get ourselves stabilized. Yeah, preference for which side? Mouth. Mouth, no mouth. Maybe both sides. We'll start with the mouth side. Whatever's easiest without mucking up the shot.
A shrimp.
Exciting. 900 meters and we're finding the same coral ores. That's a pretty wide depth range. What do you think?
The same kind of like coral livery, like sea star on coral.
Wait, are those little fish?
This is a
bamboo or from no, I can see it.
it's a bamboo coral. It's so this is I've seen this bamboo coral before. This is a internodal, well, usually internodal branching coral. I'm pretty sure it's in the S clade, but I have to double check on that. This yellow tissue kind of gives it away. There's a few S clade bamboos that have this tissue pigmentation.
Yeah, because I might double with something. Okay. Look back. It's interesting. See, you can see where the hydrates are versus where the live tissue is. More cleanly stripped stuff.
Yep.
We kind of image every inch of this thing.
Sure. Yeah, we can go through.
The lasers on base.
All right, we'll start here, and just you all can grab screen grabs along the way, and I'll just rotate, starting with the base. Thank you. lasers. All right, lasers on base. 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to move over to the live part now, starting with the sea star and moving my way up. Looks like it's on this this fine branch, partially denuded, but it looks like the stomach is well wrapped around there. That's yeah, that's full zoom right there. So I'm gonna walk my way up. But I do think this is S-clade. But it's not one we saw yesterday, which I kind of expected to see. Looks like there's some more tissue down there, but with no polyps on it, on that branch, just where one of the arms is touching. And then over on the right-hand side, it looks like there's a bit of tissue there right at the base as well. Again, no polyps. This side is pretty well. Oh, there's a tiny bit of tissue right there. Oh, right. All right, and then it looks like there's a couple of other critters living on here. There's maybe hermit crabs. Hermit crabs and another hermit crab. Tough to tell what they're grazing on. Possibly something in the hydrates. Okay. Collection interest in this?
Yes, it's gonna be star plus bamboo. And we'll do both. We just do oysters.
We can do yeah, if we get everything all at once, it would be a bio box. Is that okay? It's the last one. Or do you want to do we can grab the star, put it in a quiver, and then grab a few branches of bamboo.
I think I want to leave the bio box open because just let this one go. We'll just use it different for this one.
Okay.
Right, we're in because we haven't seen a million of these stars either.
Mhm.
Right?
No.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I don't.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good imagery is.
No sample. Yeah. Let's move on up. Okay. So that was a neat little. Neat little observation. We haven't seen much predation. A lot of the plexorids, the small yellow sea fans,
Oh,
and
so big.
Victor Gorgia, it's sea star.
Sea star.
We haven't seen much predation on them. In fact, you don't generally see much predation on them. It's not quite clear why. They're generally pretty fleshy. Their tissues are made out of have embedded sclerites, calcium carbonate elements, small little not spicules, but they're called sclerites in these corals. So they have a bit of skeleton embedded in their tissue. They also have a proteinaceous skeleton in there that makes up the branching pattern. Yep.
What is
Big
this?
old kind of third urchin, I think. And
Okay. They're listening now? We're eating bacon, right?
what?
Baker.
okay, we can keep going. I can zoom on this.
We're in Baker Island. I think that's fortunate to actually figure out our plans in order to figure out our plans.
All right, so we finally broke 900 meters. We started about 990 something on the dive today. We're headed up towards, actually, temperature is a little off. The 8.2 was 917, and now we're above that. So we could be going up faster than expected. But I'm still kind of surprised at just the general lack of corals. Is there a big wall coming up? Not seeing much. Yeah, right now. Huh? Doesn't look like it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we were diving on the southeast side of Baker Island today on a ridge that runs pretty much straight up through the reef calf into the shallows. We're diving at depths of about 900 meters today, 990 meters. We started up to really as shallow as we can get, with the goal of trying to characterize transition zones and deep water coral and sponge biodiversity as we move up. We've been making some targeted collections. It's a Resingent sea star or asteroid. Should be under asteroid. Some cup corals here, which are kind of neat.
The cup coral is a coral.
Yeah, cup coral. Yeah. Lots of these Victor gorgets. There's also some purple plexaurids that I've been keeping my eye out on, but these all look.
So the purple ones, they are gold like isoculture or the soft coral.
There are a type of Gorgonian Chrysogorgids, or the golden coral ones. They have the very fine translucent polyps, and yeah, there's a few black corals here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look that steep. Maybe it's just perspective. Can I tilt up a little bit? Maybe it's pretty scoured. That's all I can think. Just currents are scoured. That's pretty clean. There's, again, small stubby coral colonies. I'm expecting to see a little bit more of something as we get up into the 700-meter ranges. Otherwise, this is kind of a bizarre observation. Let's see more topography such as this. Even on these overhangs, right, where there's this bump in topography, it's maybe just a few dozen plexaurids, all similar species to what we've seen so far.
We're going up or we're going down?
We are going up. Yeah. with these ROVs, kind of makes more sense to go up than down because we can keep more of the seafloor in sight.
Mhm.
If we were going down, we would be facing out into the blue water. Yeah, we don't
Okay.
we'd see a very small sliver of the seafloor.
Okay, there's a lot of green corals right there.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent diversity. But the composition is still similar to what we saw in that boulder down where we did a bunch of sampling a while back. With the primnoid and the Madrepora Stony Coral colony.
Okay. It's a little confusing on what-
Yeah.
but that's-
Yeah, I thought the battery was a little off.
Thank you.
I'm gonna just zoom straight to it from there, where you can
Okay.
see if that is another foot-based wall.
Okay.
It's not gonna take that long, that long.
So I'm curious, how do you know if you've gone too far to get tugged back?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just gonna wait for a while the RV pilots were trying to figure it out where to go right now.
So, takes up the heat from the ship. Takes a little pressure, builds itself. So the first 2 floats keeps it off the seafloor, and then 10 floats, which creates the spring separation. He is? No.
That waypoint 3 versus that.
Okay. There we go. We're in a new area right now.
So at waypoint 3, it's about 909. It's about 10 meters off, something like that.
I just want to go back to that.
Yeah, that was kind of cool. And we don't have to follow. We don't have to go straight vertical. We can follow that ledge kind of parallel up.
Does it look like zoom out a little? Do that, it's gonna go.
Is it going to take us too far? Yeah, if it's going to take us, you could go.
So we are in the new area right now, and welcome again.
Yeah. Yeah. I see. Yeah.
Hi, Lily.
I think. Okay. Yeah. Let's keep going. not optimistic. We might do some freestyling. Freestyling. I'm kind of worried that it might be a bit of a bathymetric artifact.
Okay, so right now our RV pirates were trying to figure out which area is best for us to search for some organisms that we need to see.
I'm hoping it's that we're sitting in that gully. This is the break field. Some sponge debris. Yeah.
Sponge dippers.
So usually in this area, there's a lot of combination, things that we can see, shrimp, sponges, like
Start to change now.
there's a lot of streams in this place.
You can see, where the this is all old coral growth, right? But it's just been compact and compressed over time.
Mhm.
There we go.
There's a cup coral right there, right?
That's
The
a cup coral,
grammars.
yep, on the left-hand side. And we have,
Oh,
any guesses?
crazy culture.
Close. We're in our family.
What
This
is
is
it?
neat. So this is actually one we haven't seen so far. This is Rhodanovicia. So related to that spiral coral.
Okay.
But it's not, you can tell Rhodanovicia has more of a wavy axis, so it's more straight and less coiled, but it still has this really nice.
Is it a type of
Can
like,
we sit down and image some of the associates with that? Melanie? I'll sit up there. Thank you. The shrimp, we're really interested in the shrimp. I think I see 2, 3 of them.
ngayon, there's a lot of pebetawa here.
Rhodanovicia
So-
superba.
This is a type of, another type of coral, like we thought it was like a crazy culture, but it's not. Oh, there.
Yeah, this is a genus called Rhodanovicia. It's a relative of Rhodogorgia, but we can usually differentiate the two based on the coiling of the axis of this egg case or shrimp inside there. Take a look at that. So with a Rhodogorgia, the coils, the helix that forms the main stalk, the main stem is coiled and has a fairly large diameter, but with this colony, it's more wavy. So if you were to look down the long axis of it, it would appear more wavy and less coily compared to its sister genus. But yeah.
What is it in there, like stick up there? Do you think it's like eggs?
Yep, that's exactly what it is. Yeah,
Eggs of a shrimp?
eggs of a shrimp.
Okay.
I would say so. I mean, the shrimp is right there. But I mean, it could be something else. I mean, I thought shrimp would normally carry their eggs, but I don't know.
So in 2017 expedition, did you guys came across with this type of like coral as well?
Yeah, we saw this extensively. We have really good DNA barcodes that show us a really clear differentiation between this species and Iridogorgia magnispiralis and one other species of Iridogorgia. As far as I know, there's only 2 species within this genus so far. One is primarily within the Atlantic, and then this is the primarily with the Pacific species, Rhodanovicia superba.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting.
This is right at the right depth too. Actually, I think it's a little shallow, but that's kind of neat anyway. All right, so it looks like we've got 4 shrimp and a possibly shrimp egg sac, possibly not shrimp related. I'd be interested in that. We're not going to do anything here. We're just going to image and move on.
There's so many shrimp around me. Everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, and swimming in the water column. Yeah.
Water on the ground.
It looks like shrimp ang tatanggihan kan meron the coral ay
All right. All right. I am full zoomed out, but is there any way you can scooch back a bit so I can get the whole thing in the frame? I suspect we'll see more of these. They can be locally abundant. Yeah, thanks. There you go. Nice specimen. All right. We are good to go.
No question.
Yeah, no collection. No. We have probably 6 or 7 collections of this from 2017. It was one of the more well sampled corals of the cruise.
those
Very
are the
well together.
marine snow, yeah. The ones that fall off.
So if we see more of that coral in a mixed community, I want to do another water sample as well. But since we just took a water sample recently, we'll wait a little bit until we get.
So there's a lot of shrimp falling down.
There's a bit of diversity here. Got more Metallogorgia, these shallow Metallogorgia morphs, which is probably a different species of Metallogorgia than the Melanotrichos we see deeper. There's another bamboo coral. Still these same plexorids. There, more Rhodanovicia.
Oh, one of the same coral.
Yep.
The one that we just saw. Oh, it's a cup coral right there.
That one is an
Anemone?
anemone, yeah. Some Chrysogorgia, bottle brushes, Metallogorgia.
Let's get back and see if there's.
Can we? I really like what's going on along this ledge. Can we kind of just parallel it up and keep it at an angle as we move up?
Starting out here.
Yeah, great. When we get up top, if there are higher densities, we might want to pop in this gun bottle up there somewhere.
So they were asking like Did you guys like the coral that we just saw? Like we thought it was like a chrysler culture, but
Mhm.
it's not.
It's in the same family.
But did you guys like seen a lot in the Phoenix Islands?
We actually did. I can tell you exactly how many we saw, in fact.
Okay, because they asked a question on it.
Yeah.
Also. So yes, Lily, they actually have seen a lot of those kind of corals in the Phoenix Islands in 2017.
Comparatively, we saw, I have 14 occurrences just from the cruise in 2017, which seems like few, but we saw about 10 times more of the Iridogorgia, the large spiral
Mhm.
ones. But the depth range is spot on for this species. It occurs between 500-600 meters and down to 12 or 1300 meters. So we're kind of smack dab in the middle of the distribution, the range, depth distribution of that species.
So pretty much like most of the type of the corals can be seen as well in the Phoenix Islands.
Yeah, they're there. They're beautiful. In fact, some of them are, these were actually quite small. They can be several meters,
Mhm.
sometimes a meter or two, depending on where they grow.
Yeah, so there's a lot of shrimps in this area.
A lot of shrimp. That's right. I wouldn't have noticed it until I started seeing them.
Mhm.
Different Chrysogorgia species. We got very sparsely branched. Now we move into the Thuorella and Swiftia bit. Can we pop in this skin bottle here? Yeah, bottle 3.
So these are the corals for your information. And what type of coral is this?
Yesterday it's called Thuorella to PRIMNM.
Mhm.
I literally haven't had any time to look at the corals, otherwise I'd be able to get you a better species ID. Since we kind of got done sampling last night,
Yeah.
went to bed, woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, did a ship to shore interaction. I'm just as eager as everyone else is to start to put some species names to these.
Mhm.
So this sample is going to be 1, 9, or 6.
So yes, Lily, pretty much most of the corals, like the different type of corals can be found in the Phoenix Islands.
Is that a good pop? Okay, try this.
Are you guys gonna try to get another sample?
We're gonna get water sample right now.
Okay, so right now they're gonna get a water sample.
Sir. One for.
Going to go for 4. And about 100 meters of vertical since we popped our last one, I would say. So a good gradient to check our eDNA across. It's like 1 pop or good sample. Sample 196. Nice, thank you. Oh, we have some script here. So what we're gonna do over the next few minutes is we're gonna reacquire this ridge and kind of run up it, since we seem to have some pretty good density and diversity of coral along the cusp of this ridge. Usually we find this to be the case because these ridges where there's changes in topography are associated with topographically induced flows, which means that when the water moves across the landscape, it speeds up to get across some of these bumps. And if that happens, corals and sponges tend to occur in higher densities because they have a more consistent food supply. And a lot of these corals and sponges, they're relying on particles, the particles you see in the water column as food. It's also known as marine snow. All right. So we've got 2.5 liters left. We'll save one of those for closer to the end, I think. Any sightings of our little crab friend in the mid quiver rack?
No,
Okay,
no sign.
worth a shot. I know it's going to take us a little bit kind of off the track.
So if we have a lot of shrimp right there, how can I log it down?
Just one entry is enough. You know?
Okay,
It's not quantitative, meaning we don't need to log every shrimp.
yeah, it's like more
yeah.
than
No, that's not.
probably.
You could just say
100.
many shrimp in the annotation. That's the same
Okay.
thing. Can we come back towards that ledge, or is that not safe?
Come back towards the ledge.
Yeah.
So there's this ledge up
It's
here.
popping up again. Yeah. Okay.
That's where we were.
Disregard then. I thought we were further over to the east. didn't get any Swifty yesterday. I'm kind of on the lookout for some Swifty.
So we're going up, right?
Yeah, we're going up again.
Okay, we're going up. Oh, is this a black coral?
Exactly. It's like a black coral, pathies.
Okay.
Pretty characteristic of these depths. There's several different species that occur from these depths down to several thousand meters in some cases. Belopathes, Fluorella, plenty of Fluorella. Right in their prime depth range too.
Big mixture.
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, there must be some really, really good flow here to support this. Can you hold up a second?
Oh, there's a
Maybe
lot of
zoom
corals
on
right
that
here.
right-hand side. That piece. Yeah, the big one. Yeah. Just gonna do a quick check-in. No, it's fine. I'm just doing a quick check-in. All right, bamboo.
It's a bamboo coral.
All right, thanks. Onwards. Some more black corals. Black corals in Chrysoborgia. We sampled a few of these thin bottle brush Chrysoborgia in 2017, and
Here's coral.
pretty good diversity here. When we consider the water column as a whole, we've seen some of the greatest diversities of deep water corals in the range of 1,800 to 2,200 meters. But also as we move shallower, they can be equally diverse in this 500 to 800 meter depth range. But this is mostly.
These are small little like bamboo corals.
There's small bottle brush Chrysoborgia.
Okay.
Almost everyone has a crab in it that I can see.
So those corals are called chrysoculture corals,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Golden corals.
which are also
Common
known as golden corals.
Can I tilt up again? Put lasers on. We no, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Yeah, no, I'll get the next one. That we've seen a few of them. Yeah, can we? If you're just gonna sit there, can we zoom in? Yeah, manual, please. So we're looking at a Plexauridocta coral here, Swiftia. There's a few different ones. I think it's just the one at this depth, but it's not clear. This one is very sparse branching, which is the only one we've seen here. There's another one that's much deeper in the 1500 meter range that is much more highly branched. Can we set up for a collection of, let's see, this won't all fit in a quiver, will it? Be a little messy.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
I can take it in pieces.
Can we do something like this?
Set up on it a little better.
Yeah. They're pretty flexible. I do want more material here. Let me see if we can. Maybe 20-30 centimeters tall. Can we try and pick up the whole thing and squish it into a quiver? And if we need to cut it, we can cut it.
Yeah.
I want to avoid putting it in the box because we want to keep a box open.
Yeah, I can grab the whole thing and maybe, oh, that's not that tall. Maybe I'll just put the bottom in and
Yeah.
push it and have it fold in.
Exactly. I think, feel free to stuff it in there.
So there's a question over there. Why do all Plexaurid have to look like red twigs?
Oh, that's Dr. Meredith Everett, who's joining us. She was helping us provide supplies for eDNA work that we're doing. And Swiftia is a common species on the West Coast where she typically does her work West Coast of the US. And we were on an expedition last year on the EV Nautilus where we're doing a lot of Swiftia sampling. And the strange thing is that with Swiftia, it's often the case that things that look like red twigs can sometimes be different species, but they look very similar. And so it's not clear if it's just a species of coral that just doesn't grow that large or just very sparsely branched, or is it really just a red twig or that hasn't branched in its entirety yet. Another this is going to be sample number.
Okay, so they were taking another sample.
This is sample 197. Yeah, Thesia, it is pretty sparsely branched as well. I've noticed with Thesia, when you look at it under the scope, it's more granular. The sclerates and the Scenenchyme are more granular. So I'll let you know what it looks like when we get it up. But we have a couple of different Swiftia species already known from this area. And we've sampled, I think, a couple of them. There's a sparsely branching 1100 meter Swiftia, a much deeper Swiftia associated with these darker, crusty boulder communities at 1600 and 1900. So I think this might be one of the shallower Swiftia. We have a sample from 570 to 900 meters in that depth range. This looks pretty similar to that, but it's tough to tell. This is more what I would call more of a regular branching pattern. The ones that we have from Swiftia at this depth were actually fragments of things that were grazed. So this is really good to have something that is consistent and a really nice specimen to showcase. Yeah, my goal is to image as many of these as possible. We have a really nice microscope and a really cool GoPro camera that takes really nice images with a dissection scope. And I was hoping to have an image of at least everything before we step off the boat in Honolulu again, but might have to wait. We'll see. Cheers for getting the base too. That's really cool. Got one ophiuroid associate on there. I think an anemone up top or so. For the folks who are writing in about some of the coral and algae we saw last night, we were having a bit of a competition on the dive yesterday at Howland Island to see when we would start to see really noticeable crustose coral and algae. And I think the consensus was that we started to see photosynthetic algae at 240 meters depth, which is pretty deep, but I think it'll probably be somewhat comparable here if we make it up into that depth range. The plan is to do another dive here sometime later in the next several days, just exclusively in the shallower depth range, which will be really neat. So stay tuned for that. Perfect. Awesome. So we're starting to come up quite quickly now as we move over this next little bit of stretch. We were moving up more gradual slopes, and then we started hitting about 900 meters, and now it's starting to come up pretty quickly. Coincident with that, we've also seen a much greater density of Gorgonian corals. Curiously, I haven't seen as many Stoney corals, but I suspect we'll see some more. We had some pretty spectacular Madrepora colonies overhanging outcrops. The 700-meter depth range, 600-700 meter depth range yesterday. So I suspect we'll be looking at some pretty nifty transitions.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep going up slope, if possible, trying to follow the edge of some of this. If it goes too far off into the distance, we'll correct. But it seems like all the stuff we're interested in is kind of right along the crests.
Yeah, there's a nice one.
Yeah. Yeah, we can keep going up. Yeah, that's great. A lot of associated crabs and brittle stars on a number of these colonies. Tim, give a shout from the other room if there's anything in particular you'd like to spend more time imaging. We're just going to kind of move up slowly here. So I'm seeing most of the same things right here. This yellow plexaurid is definitely the winner for the day. It seems to be really widely distributed from 900 almost 1,000 meters all the way down here. Can I take a look at that pink coral? That's kind of right on the edge of the rock, on the top of the rock. That might be a new occurrence for this dive. There seems to be a bit of a hot spot in diversity right at this depth range, 800 meters. No, I just want to push in and take a few screen grabs. Yeah, I'm not going to want to collect this. I just want to double check something. Okay. So what we're looking at here is a precious coral, hemicorallium. We didn't see any yesterday, which was really striking. Now that I see this one, I see how unusual it looks in this landscape, because it's typically a genus we find much more species diversity down deeper, but
Is that a bamboo?
it's a precious coral. Precious coral, yeah, Coralliidae. Just gonna take an image and then we can move on. But it does look like I lied. I'm gonna zoom in just over here, since there seems to be some denuded tissue and this ophiuroid. That was.
You want to manual?
Yeah, manual, please. Just so I can show this little bit to Tim and Randy. They have some insight here about this ophiuroid, if this is what's causing this tissue loss, or if what's going on here could be some sort of predation. I'm not seeing any predators though in the immediate area, but still. All right, coming out slowly. Yeah. I was actually going to ask you about that one. Can we hop over there?
You want to get all about it?
I want to image it first, yeah. And I want Tim's input about this black coral here. Looks to be,
But we're not gonna do anything.
no, not the pink one, no. About the associates on this black coral up here. It's really weird feathery black coral. Could be parentopathes. I can't see the depth of the colony right now. But it is branching quite low, which is interesting. Are you Tim's representative?
Oh, no, I'm not,
Oh.
but I was gonna tell you something else once you look at this.
I feel like I've seen something like this recently. Hey, look at that.
What I've noticed
I'm distracted by the Swiftie in the background.
what I've noticed today is that there's a lot more pairs of crabs, not just single
Yeah.
crabs.
Exactly.
Huh?
Shrimps, crabs, everything. So. Oh. Ruffy. These and the Oreos, I'm not sure which are more annoying when you're trying to get a close-in shot. Tim, if you're listening, Meredith says you need to filter some more water. This is neat. I don't know what this is. I'm tempted to grab a piece, but let me look at what we got over here. A lot more precious corals out here too. But what's going on here? This is a Swiftia. And one of the things I was saying this morning is we don't see many predators on these Blexaurids. But this one looks like it's a pretty ragged Charlie Brown Christmas tree here. Yeah. Let's scan the colony to see if there's anything on here. I see some zoanthids, hydroids, brittle stars. I mean, nothing that I would classify as like the aplecopherans we were seeing or sea stars. I'm not sure.
So you were saying that like after like the flesh gets eaten,
Mhm.
that slowly could grow back over the skeleton. Can it do that if the hydroid's on there? Or
Probably not.
no, the hydroid? the
Probably
hydroid can
not.
beat
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, definitely outcompetes. They grow much faster. Zoanthids as well. Yeah, interesting. I don't notice any predators there, but good to document it.
Or are those just some crabs?
Hermit crabs. Yeah. 2 seconds. Can we get a piece of this black coral?
Do it, I feel more the small lobsters too, so.
You want to squat?
Yeah.
Do you want to slurp a squat? Or do you want to grab a squat?
I would just bring it with the coral.
Bring it with.
They really hang on with those wood, with those back legs.
So you want to cut between them?
Yeah.
Break the bond?
What?
Breaking their bond?
I mean. Oh, the other thing I was gonna tell you is Randy and I were talking about,
Hydrocora?
we had some experiments that we were on, so like this one might be, this guy might be a chance to run this base metabolic rate for some of these, so with Hydrocora, find one more colony down here, that would be good, and then we're also possibly gonna try a couple other corals, so we have that one Swiftie already. We might collect a couple other, they don't need to be.
More
coral,
Swiftie colors?
Yeah, but 2 more Swiftie colonies.
Yeah. In part, I wanted the Swiftia because we don't have a whole colony from here from 2017. So there should be plenty of stuff there for everyone.
Okay.
So
It's, and you know, those little chambers are. It's like
Yes.
chambers almost.
Yes, yes.
Just any of the bench.
Oh, sorry. Oh, they're ready.
Kind of right here.
Yeah, try to keep them on it.
Keep them on it.
And if he swims off,
This one's off, it's okay. It's just,
Disregard.
I think if we slurp,
If we slurp, it might go away for good, you mean?
yeah, or they just, they hang on so far that they don't actually come off.
Running away.
These have a more of a tendency to scurry. It's the Gastroptychus and Europtychus that are more sedentary.
That's okay.
Go for coral. Oh, right in the box. Right in the box. On Quiver 11. Or are you going to 11?
he's coming back. Right, oh,
Some fancy swimming. Okay, sounds. And there's one more zoom I want to do before we take off here. And then we'll be good to go. Let me know when I can take the control. Yeah, so if folks are joining us now on YouTube and Facebook, we been diving now for about 3 or 4 hours. Started our dive at Baker Island here at about just about 1,000 meters, high 900 meters, and then we've been working our way up to 820 right now, with plans to dive through this evening or later this afternoon. Camera. Thank you. I'm gonna go to the right here to this mustard-looking coral. Got a cup coral right there.
Mm.
that looks exactly like Juvenia lymproptychum. This is, I'm gonna go tighten.
What color is this?
So this is a Plexauridae. And the problem with these is that they're so difficult sometimes to tell apart on the seafloor. This one has its polyps completely drawn in. I just want to get some good imagery of this one. Okay, we're all set and we can go on now. Thanks, great sampling. So we are just perpetually on the lookout for some more. I don't know if you all saw yesterday when we had the large overhang with a lot of that stony coral. We're looking for something that looks like that, but maybe not on a 90-degree slope. So we can grab some of that. We need one more colony of that stuff, and then we're also on the lookout for some more of one particular red sea fan. We grabbed that sample just a few minutes ago, but some of our colleagues came in and said that we might want to sample a little bit more for an upcoming experiment. So, but I'll keep an eye out. Can I tilt up a little bit? Yeah. Pretty good density of Metallogorgia here. Mollid crabs. I think those are sponge stalks, but I haven't seen anything on a stalk like that that looks live recently. We've seen a couple of fallen sponge stalks. Interestingly, I'm seeing more of these. That one? No, no. I want to move a little bit more before we do any more sampling, so we can get a little bit further along. Yeah, these red corals, these Swiftia corals, are pretty abundant. We've seen them now for just about 100 meters of vertical, as well as we've gone maybe a few hundred meters horizontal. They seem to be sticking around as part of this community. Yeah, it's really spectacular. I thought this stuff would be softer, but the Metallogorgia is both on top and down below in the slope. So it's pretty unusual. There must be some really hard stuff underneath this thin layer of sediment to support the base of some of these corals. Also some more Chrysogorgia colonies, more precious coral colonies. Yeah. This is kind of the jackpot here. I imagine as we go over across here, we'll see live corals all the way down this rock face. Curious, I would also expect to see stony corals here, Madrepora and Elipsamnia, but they're just absent. Occasionally, you'll see a small little bit of a colony, but just they're not here like they were on Howland, right about at this depth. Not even any rubble, which is kind of striking. Another Rhodanovicia. I'll do some just like beauty shots as we move through. Now this is again another larger colony. They get even larger still. I think the largest one we saw going back to 2017 was somewhere in the 2-meter range. Pretty phenomenal coral colonies. Temperature of the water right now is about 5.6 degrees. See? Oh, there we go. Spoke too soon. There's some of that Madrepora. Yeah, I know it's really in a precarious place, but that's the stuff we want. Yeah, I think the thing I'm afraid of is like having it all crash down. So if I can see a smaller one, yeah, maybe that would be perfect. I mean, there is a chance we could grab a piece and then it is going to snap apart. I just don't want to cause more undue damage. Let's pass on that one. Yep, the team agrees. We'll pass on that one because we don't want to destroy that. Those colonies can be quite old. In some cases, hundreds and hundreds of years old, and we don't want that on our conscience. But good to see. Interestingly, this colony, folks in the other room, I don't know if you saw it, the oldest part of the skeleton seems most doesn't seem as what's the word, encrusted with all critters and things as some of the colonies yesterday, which seemed much darker, much more discolored at the base. That is a monster. Lasers on the base right now showing that pedal disc is around 20 centimeters wide. That is a beast of an anemone. Yeah. Turn lasers off. Just one more shot and then we'll put lasers on and go back up. Very nice. Yeah, if that one seems if that one seems more reasonable. Yeah, can we? You know what? It's a trick Stoney Coral. It's actually an octocoral. It's a precious coral, hemicorallium right there. That's not what we're looking at, but it looks really similar with the exception of the pink wash. But can we get a close up on that one? So this is a precious coral here. You can see on the left-hand side, they create this really solid skeleton akin to what kind of skeleton stony corals produce, but they are actually sea fans, octocorals. And the polyp density is possibly high here, but really striking. There's a couple of different hemicorallium species that have this pink and whitewash. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with age. It's probably unique to the species, but this actually is really good to help us identify this. We collected something like this in 2017, and we have fragments of it still. So we're gonna pass on that one because that's also one that can result in undue damage. Oh,
Ooh,
wow.
what the?
Lasers off. Thank you.
Wait, what is the fish again? What is it called?
Looks like some sort of ray. Yeah, that's enormous. We'll do some beauty shots and then we'll try and get the lasers on it and before it swims away, get some size on it. It's going right over those corals.
Yeah, look like fish.
Very nice.
Yeah, Roger that. Let me just get Cody to come. Getting Steve there at the bottom for a little bit.
Bring your lasers back on when you have a chance.
Lasers on.
There you go. Lasers on it.
So big. Is that under the fish?
What's that?
Under the fish?
Yeah, yeah. Very cool. I've never seen one that big. That's easily over 1 meter long. I actually don't know how old a fish like this might be. We really don't have any fish experts on our team right now, but we have some ashore that we've been relying on to send images to give us some feedback. Wow, spectacular.
What is it called in English, this kind of fish? The Disney.
Whoa. Really close.
Whoa, whoa.
All right.
Yes, Lily, that's the bait.
So we can check in with our fish friends ashore and see if they can provide us a better identification of ray, and maybe some information about how old they might get. But yeah, that was an enormous fish.
So the bagel in English is the ray fish.
Can we look over to the left-hand side on top of that boulder? And we're going to want to sit down and grab one more collection. Same stuff, same kind of thing. Just grab a chunk.
The brown beautiful creature over there is called Anemone. And then there's a field of corals.
there's no particular part of this. It's gonna probably break apart, so just grab a claw full and stick it in the quiver. There's also a piece down below. I don't know if that's easier, but it's already broken off. Not sure. Whatever, you can choose whichever you'd rather get. Down below, right here. Right in front, with the strip next to it. Left of the lasers. Yeah, if you can grab that, that would be even better. This will be sample 199.
Industry.
Yeah, it was on a really steep boulder, so I don't blame you.
Yeah, they'll just take a sip.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so they're gonna collect another sample for this coral. It's a bamboo coral, right?
This one is a Stoney Coral Coral.
Okay, so that's coral called a stony coral.
I thought I said it was going to shatter. Yeah, I mean the goal is not. It doesn't need to be exactly like this. It's okay if fragments go in pieces. We're really just interested in the polyps being in there. Actually, hold up a second. Can we put that in the bio box? Yeah, they would prefer to go in the bio box. Yeah. So this is box A.
Beautiful.
And then the last thing we're going to do here is go back to the colony, put the lasers on it, and do a tight image. Right there, put the lasers right on the base. Yeah. Right there. And then I'm going to go tight in on this area with this these crabs. Right, great. We are all set there. Nothing on.
to do a quick fire on this little rock with everything on?
To the left?
Now the one we're just at.
No, it's all right. Yeah. There's some more interesting stuff coming up. Kind of know what everything is in this folder. The thing that blows my mind about a lot of the corals here, especially the Chrysogorgia, they drive me nuts because they're almost translucent. You can't see them. It's hard to see what kind of morphology they are, so you kind of have to take an educated guess based on what you have for samples. Big bamboo. Can we image that one from maybe the side we're looking at now, out towards the black of the water behind us?
So there's a question over there. How many different corals have these zigzag pattern?
How many different corals have the zigzag? So interestingly, the common name for the coral we just collected is the zigzag coral, but we call it Madrepora in scientific lingo. Not many is the answer. I mean, there are repeating patterns, repeating branching patterns, but Madrepora is the most prominent zigzag of the Scleractinians that are in the deep sea. There are some actually really convincing stylastrids, really convincing stylastrids as well that have the zigzag pattern. And if you don't look closely, it's very easy to misinterpret the zigzag to be one group when it's actually a totally different one.
This is a person picture.
We have here, this is going to be a bamboo coral, and I'll show you in a second how we can determine that. First, I'm going to get an overall shot. And then I'm going to put the lasers in the colony. So this is at least probably close to a meter, meter and a half in width, and maybe a meter tall. I'm going to zoom in on this hamalid crab here. Since do you see these dark bands? If you look
Yeah.
through the polyps, those are the nodes of the bamboo coral.
Seems like a lot of crabs on it.
Yeah, a lot of crabs. And interesting. So, this is one of the crazy things, right? These hamalid crabs, right? They take pieces of coral or sponge or whatever, and they put it on their modified rear legs. The coral that the crab is on is not the coral that is in the crab's legs. The coral that's in the crab's legs is Acanthogorgia, while it's on this this branching coral here. And if you look in the background, the plot thickens. There's actually Thuorella on the other crab in the background. So this is we were discussing a few days ago whether these things actually use the corals here as kind of physical camouflage, or if they're actually using it as some sort of chemosensory camouflage. And I still don't know the answer because it gets more and more confusing. Can we grab a piece of this bamboo coral?
Sure can.
We don't need a crazy big piece here, but Tim, if there's some associate on here that you find particularly interesting, let me know. I'm just going to grab a piece for identification, whether you want crinoid, stereoscomatid here. I don't think the hamalid's going to come, but let me know. I think maybe something like, we don't need a big piece, maybe 10 centimeters or so from something right here. Just grab a bunch. Can I image that section first before you go in with the arm? So some of our colleagues ashore would find this very helpful. This is going to be sample number 200. 200. All right, images good coming out, and you can go ahead and snip.
So Tim said, don't expect a home rise
Yeah.
collection.
Yeah, they scurry away. The homolods are this one right here, and they're not like the squat lobsters. They don't always stay on. They'll run away more easily.
So
Yeah.
Tim was asking to image the omelette briefly to the left of the collection.
Yep, we'll grab a little bit of that on the way up.
Gotcha, Jim.
Can you grab a little bit more? Maybe?
Yes, I just, can't grab too much or I won't get.
No, that's fine. I know it has to be in the jaw, right, in the cutters to actually get the purchase on it. They shouldn't be. It's calcium carbonate. It shouldn't be too rubbery. But this bendy is very flexy for a bamboo.
So they were trying to take another sample for this bamboo coral.
You got one off. Oh, Chris, it's small.
Once again, we just want to remind you that we're in Baker seawater.
Yeah, wherever, that's fine.
So they're trying to find a good spot to cut it. Right there.
Yeah. So what's happening right now is that there's a cutter that's supposed to cut through the branch of the coral, so we don't tug it all off, and that's great. Yeah. And this particular colony was kind of bendy and rubbery, and sometimes that makes it difficult for the cutter to do its job. So we're going to go in jar 10.
Need something to get it with low.
Yeah, no, these are notorious mucusers. When we have them up on deck, we have to keep them really cold, otherwise they produce profuse amounts of mucus. it's not unusual if you have it in a small dish or something, after you're done sampling it, the dish is just full of mucus. Probably some sort of chemical deterrent, perhaps, that the coral uses to deter predators or keep itself clean. Here. I mean, mucus is a good deterrent. It works for the slime stars, right? The slime stars start getting pestered, they just disappear into a ball of mucus, and their predator can't really get at them. I'm curious why it doesn't trigger for sea stars.
Would it move that far? Yes. Gibson.
There's one last thing. I'm going to zoom on the crab in the top center, and then we're going to go. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Could just keep it in auto if it's in auto. Looks, that's perfect. Yeah. Just holding this for a second. And we are good. All right, let's move on.
Sponge. Sponge. So pretty much like the same corals can be found in the same place, yeah?
Yeah, that seems to work the best, just so we can see what's on the lower side of the ledge. But I do like moving up this terrain. It's not taking us too much off our track. The track is more like guidelines. So yeah, let's follow the terrain a bit. If we start running too far away the ship, we can just let me know. We can modify our track a little bit more.
There's a rocky coral. Oh, did you see like the dead one?
Oh,
right
yeah.
there?
Yeah, I think that's part of this precious coral here. When they
Mhm.
die, the bits and pieces fall down to the bottom. There's a yeah. There's that one's Magnus borealis, the Iridogorgia there. Interesting to note, I haven't seen a single one. They usually have a deeper distribution. It's interesting we haven't seen one till now. Rhodon Iridogorgia and Iridogorgia are mixed in.
So those white things stick up to the rock is called the sponge. The glass sponge.
Yeah, there's a few glass sponges. Good observation.
Some other corals here and fish. Sponge. There's an anemone over there.
Old skeleton of something.
Yeah. And then a crab.
A lot of these bottle brush corals, it's really there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of these, I would imagine, on this side of this feature. but they're just so difficult to see from a certain altitude. But when you get close, you really see how many they are.
Oh, there's more
And it looks like
coral right there.
each of them, yeah, each of them has at least 1 or 2 spot lobsters inside, which is stunning. Speaking of stunning, this vertical face is remarkable.
Enemy. So those are the dead corals, right? Like they don't have any branches.
There's quite a few of them, yeah. Can I tilt up a little bit? It's okay, right there. But yeah, so I've been noting the hamalid packages or hats, as sometimes we call them. So far, they've been holding just about every single coral here, with the exception of bamboos. I haven't seen any bamboos in their wardrobe, but they certainly like the chrysogorgids, the primnoids, plexaurids. I've seen a number of them with sponges, sometimes not so far, but sponges.
This is a beautiful coral.
Marilla right there,
Marilla.
primnoid.
We're starting to go up.
Yeah, this is
So we're starting to see a lot of sponges.
yeah, that is a interesting.
Sponges and enemy.
Anemones.
Anemones.
Anemones. Yeah, it's okay. Depends on what time of day. If it's early in the morning, I can't say it either. We sampled a couple sponges yesterday, but I don't think they looked like this. But if Brian's around, if he lets me know if these types of glass sponges are something of interest, I think could be a collection target, but we don't need to linger since they seem to be all within here.
I think as we started to go up, we started to see like a lot of sponges and anemones. Like down there, there's a lot of corals.
Corals are by far more diverse right here than sponges. Flip flops a little bit when you get up to a certain depth. I noticed last night sponges started to become more diverse when we started to enter the crustose coral and algae. That kind of terrain. You can see one of those bicolored pink and white corals again. Yeah, maybe one not so crazy big, so in case we knock it. The whole thing. Sample that. It was really brittle, yeah. Like more brittle than the yes. We'll go back to the video.
So Alexis said that pick out a corallati.
Correlate,
Yeah.
We're on the hunt.
Okay, they're still searching for that.
Yes. Yeah, something more approachable for you all. Also,
It's a crab.
I mean, one way we have collected these in the past, it's a bit of a gamble, is to break off a piece and slurp it up. But if you can just grab it, that might be the safest way to put it in the box.
Are you okay to put it in the seed box? Or
Yeah. That could work, yeah.
Oh,
Shark,
is that a baby shark?
cat shark. That looks like a cat shark. I've never seen one of those in a seafloor before.
Zoom in.
Can we zoom? Going in?
What?
I don't know what a cookie cutter shark
It's a
is.
cat shark. Seems
Why do his eyes move if you can't see?
Grab some laser images on it to get the size. Being very cooperative right now.
okay. So Tim said it was a cat shark.
Yeah, it looks like cat shark to me.
Mhm.
They're pretty common at this depth.
So funny.
I mean, is it me or does it look damaged? Behind the fins, or is that normal? Usually when we see these things, they swim away as soon as we find them.
But he's smelling. You can obviously sense.
It looks like a male. I can make out a couple pair of claspers right at the tail end, right there. All right. Gonna leave our cat shark friend.
But real.
It's a fish. Description.
Anemones, yeah, there's yeah, I mean, we've seen that. Well, we've seen something like that. Can we take a closer look though? It looks like a sponge. There's some sponges that are bright blue like this. Do a quick in and out. I just want to make sure it doesn't have polyps. This looks some kind of, yeah, this looks spongy. Make out a few of the osculi. Can I push in it a little more actually? Yep. No, it's got. Can you sit down? Yeah. I just. I feel like I can identify it. Is it with the bouncing? It's not working. Yeah, this is all dissolved calcium carbonate from ancient reef. It kind of forms these pits. What is this? Okay. So I'm sticking with my story. This is a sponge, but we have a parasitic zoanthid
On it.
or anemone within it, yeah, or on it. Yeah. That is really neat. I have no idea. I've never seen a sponge like that. We've seen blue sponges before, like blue encrusting sponges, but I've never seen one with the zoanthid like that. Up for 'em. It's a good image.
Is
but,
that a sea star, like a different kind of sea star? The white down there.
Yep, that's a cookie star, goniasterid. All right, I'm fine with that. Yeah, we'll move on.
Sea star.
If it was on its own rock, I would totally consider a collection, but trying to get a suction tube in there is going to be a nightmare.
Anemones. Nice sponge observation.
Other this pink and white coral, but that's precariously perched. That's I mean, if you did want to do a white balance, those corals are perfect for doing that. And have a little bit of pink, but it looks, the image looks really good to me right now. Yeah, so this is what we want to get. I'm still concerned about breaking a lot of it. What do you just think? You can get it? I think we can. All right. Yeah. Yeah.
Some of the other ones that we have.
There's another one up there too. Yeah. Is that the same one? Can't tell. It might be. I like the one that's higher up. Actually, I'm more interested in the bicolored ones, and I'm not sure if this is that. Yeah, but I know that one is. And if it's possible, I'd like a piece that contains both pink and white. This will be sample 201. We'll do a quick image.
The little yellow thing is also a sponge.
Yeah, I got 1, 2 sponges, another type of sponge up there. I think these are demo sponges though. They're not glass sponges, like this little potato.
Okay. Demo sponges. And then we got the soft coral right there, the purple one.
Yeah, we have something like that already. I'm still looking for purple plexaurids though. That would be a very interesting find. Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna ask. Right. All right. Can we get oh, we do have lasers on it. I'm just gonna put it on it, and then we can start the collection. Right. We can go ahead for collection. Yeah, the little piece that contains both the pink and the white. I think you're going to get it anyway, no matter what piece you get. But
So we have different kind of sponges, but so far we have seen the glass sponge type, and also the demo sponge. Highly.
yeah, I think that's plenty. Well, it's plenty for my part. Folks in the other room that are interested in the respirometry stuff, let me know how much you need, because I want to make sure that everyone gets a piece of this precious coral.
Beautiful terrain. Just popping in. Does anyone in the chat know what kind of substrate we're seeing? So did you know what kind of substrate we're seeing right now?
Yeah, this is carbonate rock, calcium carbonate rock, which is basically old reef, ancient reef that's been compacted over time, and the island will typically, well, it's formed a variety of ways, but it's a combination of changes in sea level and where the reef grows, but also subsidence. Yeah.
Did you want that other little piece just because we kind of made it opening now? It's easier to grab it outside.
I would like a little bit more, yeah. Thanks.
Okay, so hopefully Pierre, Steve already answered your question.
So one of the reasons that it looks so pitted like this is that calcium carbonate has the ability to dissolve in seawater over time, depending on the chemistry of the water column. And so that, combined with currents, creates these little pits and divots in the rock that are home to so much biodiversity. But it's also a great place for corals to attach onto, corals and sponges. That's why we're seeing so many of these, oftentimes where they're associated to with things like brachiopods, bivalves. I haven't seen very many of those today, but they're definitely here. So there's quite a lot of biodiversity and biomass in this type of terrain. So this looks a lot different. This kind of type of substrate looks a lot different from what you might have seen us diving on a lot earlier in this expedition, where we had a lot of this dark iron manganese crust that is pretty much black and covers all rocky surfaces. Up here, the chemistry is a little bit different, and so you don't end up with a lot of iron manganese encrusting on this rock, precipitating on this rock. It's a nice piece. Fabulous. Went into 9.
So they were asking, it's not an ancient coral, right?
It's not a.
Ancient.
So they are long lived, yeah, but so ancient, unclear. It's really not clear how old these colonies live. Precious corals, I believe they have been dated, but not this particular species, and maybe not this genus. But I'm not so sure about their longevity right now. Generally, the size is not always a good indicator of age, but it can be. For example, if a coral is in a particularly good spot where it has access to really nice food resources and stable substrate, it can grow larger much faster than, say, if it was on a poorer quality substrate, or it didn't have current, or it didn't have a lot of food supply. So it is possible to age date these, but we don't have any data from this area to suggest how old they are. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna spend time on that. It's a really cool observation, but kind of is super rare and not really characteristic of the site. Just only seen a few of them so far. If we see a rock or something that has it on it, maybe, but of course. Denia, goosefish. It's the type of anglerfish.
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 Yeah, they have a lure like between their eyes.
Mhm.
It's actually a modified fin that they can use to attract prey items like shrimp or something like that.
Mhm.
And the shrimp comes thinking it's a piece of food or something. And then they ambush the prey by essentially creating a vacuum with the volume of their mouth and sucking in the prey item. It's really neat. I have a great video from a cruise I was on a few years ago from the Gulf of Maine in the US where we saw a big monkfish swallow a lobster whole. That was awesome. Really nice texture.
It's just very sharp, yeah.
Because those are the lures up there. 1, 2. See those long projections? Yeah.
Mhm.
Basically like a fishing pole, except in some species they have there's some ornamentation, or in some species that can be bioluminescent in nature, so it might attract certain prey that's attracted to a certain type of bioluminescence. All right, well, we're checking all the boxes today, getting everyone's shopping list of collections for our experiments, as well as characterization of this site. Yep, it's a good one. Big basket star. So this is a brittle star ophiuroid,
Yeah.
and we saw one yesterday, right?
Mhm.
So
There's a lot, quite like not a lot, but just like two. I
yeah,
feel.
yeah, these things are planktivorous, so they're eating bits and particles, and sometimes even larger critters that swim by. They have pretty sticky arm tips that allow them to capture a prey item and then transfer it all the way to the mouth, which is on the underside actually, but must take some coordination, because honestly, you don't know how you can move that many arms at once. Corallium. Yeah, if you're noticing these fish, these are Oreo Dorys, or Oreo Fish. No relation to the cookie, but we call them Oreos because the family name is Oreo Somatidae. But they're pretty typical of this depth, and they're notorious for when you're trying to do an image of something, they drift into the frame. I was looking very curious. Can I tilt up a little bit? Yeah, right there.
So many baby sponge plus.
Yeah,
sponges.
these are a species of farreid sponges. It's a type of glass sponge, but the farreids are pretty characteristic in that they have these lots of folded, frilly morphologies. Can I quick zoom in on this purple coral?
Is that a soft coral?
The purple thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a coral. I'm gonna try and figure out what I have here. I'm on the lookout for a purple plexaurid, but this can't tell. Yeah, anything. You know what? Yeah, let's go for the shot anyway. But I know I'm satisfied with what I was interested in. But we can do a shot just for a specimen. Yeah, whatever you can give me, and then when we can peel away.
So it was
Okay.
like
Thanks.
what demo sponge.
There are a couple of demo sponges, but those two were glass sponges down there. we gone down a bit? No? Okay. Thought we were a bit shallower.
I think going up and down, but I've been
Yeah.
following this thing.
Yeah.
Working its way.
That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Seen fewer of them today. We were mostly seeing sideroids. That's the demo sponge right there. That
Okay,
potato, yellow potato.
that's a good name, the potato.
Yeah. I mean, that's how most sponges do.
So far, there's a question. Is there a public video of the monkfish swallowing the lobster? Thanks.
I don't have that online. And I don't have it here, so I won't be able to do it anytime soon, but maybe I'll get around to it.
There's a crinoid over there, right?
Yep, yeah, dark crinoid. You're living in the rock.
So these are the Oreo fish.
Yeah. I just, anecdotal evidence, yesterday when we found that big overhang of Madrepora, there were a lot more, and I'm guessing that they are not exclusive to these deep water stony corals, large colonies, but they certainly are more abundant whenever you see them. If you are just joining us on the live stream, we're diving today at Baker Island, which is an island within the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. We are basically on the equator, about 0.2 north, 0.17 north, in fact. So we're pretty much right on the equator right now, exploring deep water coral and sponge environments and other invertebrates and fishes too, in this protected area. That is neat. This is the time where
Is that a tricycle?
you're looking at that crab fish, snail. It's a snail. We look up at the crab that's on this coral to the right hand side. I want to know what it's carrying. Left side, side facing you right now. The crab.
Alexa says the hurricane. Jim Shine says like only.
Version. Yeah. So we're going to take a close look at a couple things here.
So shiny.
Yeah. These Hamalid crabs have a modified pair of appendages that they can use to grab things and hold it over their head as we think camouflage. Yeah. Yep. Both. They can do anything. I don't know. Yeah, maybe they like corals, I guess, in this environment. I'm gonna go in a little tighter. All right. So this is Parasis with a Hamalid crab. We're pretty sure this is Parasis squamata from collections we've made. Has some of the largest sclerites in the entire Octocoralia. I'm going to show you. So if you look at the branch tips here, you can see these what look like plates.
Oh, yeah.
Almost looks like you got reptile scales or something. Those plates are sclerites. They are calcium carbonate elements, pieces of the skeleton that are embedded within tissue, the soft tissue of the coral.
So Tim interested in coral sample.
Yeah, I know, Tim, you asked me the other day, and I think I'm going to give in this time just to confirm ID. Do you want the ophiuroid on top, or is there something else you're looking at? In the meanwhile, while he answers, I'm going to zoom in on this right here, just to see what this urchin's doing.
Yes, Lily, it's a beautiful coral. Yeah. It has a very beautiful color.
So I don't see which side the mouth parts are on. I'm guessing the mouth is facing away from us on this urchin, so I can't say for certain it's actually predating on this coral. I wouldn't expect it to. These plexaurids are suspected to be chemically defended, so that could be a reason why they're not predated upon. So Tim and I want to grab a section of this, a piece of this that includes the ophiuroid here, as well as some of the coral. This is
pretty,
this is leathery.
Is it like a chrysochlosure?
Uh,
Why it's so like
it's a
cold?
cold.
I mean, it's so yellow.
Oh yeah, it's a plexaurid. So the thing about the plexaurids is that their skeleton that makes up the base and all the axis of the colony is proteinaceous in nature. So that means it's not made out of calcium carbonate. It's made out of more fibrous protein. So it gives them a lot of flexibility in these strong currents. It's going to be simple FK 21-202. Yeah, there's an ophiuroid on top also, Tim, if you're watching, might be a little bit easier to grab that one. Do you have a preference, or do you really want this stereoschema right in front? I mean, see what you can do. See what you can do. Yeah, that's okay. I hope it's not going to happen, but I have a sinking feeling that this actually might all come off.
Yeah, try not to.
Yeah, but try your best. It's not the coral or the arm. It's that they're not always very well attached to the rock. Like the base is not well adhered.
Yeah, that's gonna be, it's gonna be hard to cut.
Yeah.
Side from that backside. Each side is the first sort of slide down.
Work. Very nice. Yeah.
Nice. Applause. So, I think we got most of it. So if that's a pain in the butt. Also, on the last watch, we sampled, tried to sample a crab that's sitting somewhere in the mid quiver rack. So if you see a crab swim up out of nowhere, it's probably the one that's sitting in the mid quiver rack. I think he's gonna stay up, though. Stay there. A lot of shelter from that quiver rack. Yeah, you guys can leave that if you want. Nice. I'd just like to go tight one more time on the colony and then take off. Okay to go.
Are you trying to pull it through
to snap your favorite moment you have the time.
No, it's all right. I just I wanted to get close up with polyps, colony with polyps in. All right, I got some captures that I'm happy with it. All right, moving on again. Yeah, that was that coral is remarkable, frankly. How big those sclerites are, and in 2017 when we were in PIPA, some of our team members thought it was so bizarre that it could be a new genus or family of coral, and it was convincingly so until we started digging into the older literature, and we realized, you know, somebody had found this thing decades and decades and decades ago in another part of the world, not in PIPA and not in Helena Baker. But the more we explore and the more we sample these corals, the more we learn about the interconnectedness of seamounts and islands across the Pacific. There's actually a tremendous amount of similarity in species distributions that helps us understand the biogeographic patterns on the ocean planet.
That's an updated blueprint.
Wait, these are the bell corals?
Yeah, those are bottlebrush Chrysogorgia. So many. Oreos and roughies with this depth mostly. The roughies are pretty photogenic as well. Really nice topography here. Different kind of fish. Sort of,
It's quite fishy.
yeah,
Fishy and
it's a good depth for fishes.
we can see some crinoids right there and anemones.
There's the amallet crab you were talking about earlier with the anemone on its head.
Mm.
There's a basket star. Yeah, normally we find them. They love to be on these corals up in the flow, feeding in with the wind. Stream of particles coming down from the surface.
There's a little sea star down there.
Yeah. Take a look at that. Yeah, just go quick and with lasers. Like, yeah. Oops. Too much. Shot. All right. All right, keep on going. So when we see one, we're going to look at one of these bottle brush corals. We've seen many of them. They're all over the place. But when there's one that maybe at the top of here, yeah, they seem to be more dense up there. We're going to take a tight look, sit down and take a tight look. Yeah, like kind of like that. Those types of things. No one in particular. We're just interested in one of them. So we've got Chrysogorgia golden coral here. There it is. And we've got 3 squat lobsters by my count. Got 2 larger ones and a smaller one. It's going to be a little hard to focus since this thing is flapping around so much, but let me know when you all have your imagery. Actually, there's a tiny little shrimp in there also. If you can see it between the squat lobsters. Make it a little bit more clear.
Okay, so Tim wants a sample for that.
Yeah. So how many crabs, Tim?
3 crabs.
All 3 crabs?
Yeah.
I'm trying to focus on the shrimp right now. I don't know if you can see it. Got 2 big eyes there. So 3 crabs plus shrimp, that's the whole thing. Is that okay with you? That should fit in a quiver. We can just stuff it in there. Let me do, oh, sure. Yep.
You wanted to identify for crabs a male or
Yep.
female.
Yeah, we're gonna try and grab the whole thing and stuff it in a quiver with everything. The crabs should stay in there with these. Yeah, right from the bottom down. On the plus side, inside of the quiver, we'll get a nice brushing. Is that Bathycongra deal?
Such a long fish.
You want to get another hit? You said you wanted
Yes,
to get something else, right?
Yeah, the specimen imagery. So, okay. Just gonna go in a little bit more. Mhm. Is it manual focus?
It will be right.
Much better. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, we can go in for a sample collection, snipping pretty much at the bottom of it, or close enough.
So Tim was asking if the shrimp with large harm.
Yeah, I think it is. Well, I'm not sure. I saw one of the arms. I don't know if they both, if it has one large arm and a smaller arm. We'll know in a couple hours when it feed comes up, I guess.
Shrimp and fishes.
If you're just tuning in, this is Chrysogorgia golden coral we've been seeing for probably the last 100 meters of depth, as well as hundreds, possibly thousands of this individual colony all over the past several hundred meters of our dive track. In addition, it has several interesting associates that our team finds noteworthy. So we're going to try and collect this colony. That should bring us right about to our science watch change. We're going to be on the bottom for probably another 3 to 4 hours today. And then we're going to try and work our way up as shallow as possible. But I think we'll see what we can get to. We started our dive today at around 990 meters. It was slow going at first, but we started to pick up some verticality in the last couple of hours. Nice. Just wash it down on that. That was jar 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5.
Lovely.
Just in time. Just in time. Take over.
Why all the corals are about to disappear?
No, no, like we did a pretty good job with collections.
What do we still need?
Yeah, let me see. Let me see that.
So we checked all this other Magipora.
Right,
We got some Hemicorallium.
yes,
We don't have any Analopsemia.
that's okay.
We've got lots of different octocorals. We have enough water. We don't need any water right now, but if you come into a different community than what we've been seeing in the
Yeah,
past while, one maybe. And yeah, we should be seeing those crazy Madrepora and Analopsemia overhangs in the steppes range, but we're not. So that's kind of suspicious that it's mostly octocoral dominated here. But otherwise,
And do we have what Randy needs for respirometry?
That's kind of, today we're doing this
Most of it,
different
yeah. we
kind
have,
of thing where we're gonna do these Madrepora colonies, and
Okay,
I'm also gonna look for more Hemicorallium
but we also have a big primnoid, so we don't need any more for
Okay, so you
that.
do-
for that, okay. What's this in here?
Acanthogorgia,
Okay,
So bio boxes are full. And
no slurps are used,
no slopes.
and then this is a misfire.
okay, so you just have these,
Those two, yeah. And we're definitely going to want
Do
one
you want
before
the background? Yeah, do you want
so then we
background?
need to not,
Before
So it
off,
probably just needs some.
Well, play it by ear. We only need one at the off bottom. So if there's something spectacular, then pop this one.
And how's the rock? What's the rock quality?
I don't know why we took a rock. It's just carbonate. So I don't know. I don't know.
That's fine.
that's fine, yeah.
It's not even a very big rock. It's a very, very tiny little chip of a rock.
And we're on sample number 204.
Yes.
Okay.
There is a squat lobster in the center.
Here,
Yeah, we're in the basket.
Yeah.
Or that's in the basket. Isn't it in the quiver basket?
You see that drift up? It's probably.
or it's in the Biobox B. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Okay, we're just gonna keep carrying on along this track. And kind of slowly climb, not too slowly. We want to try and get to around 4,800 in the next couple hours.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Do we have a dive track for the people there for?
I don't think so. I think that's. So we just did a watch change for the science team, and the ROV guys have switched out too. I'm Alexis Weinig. I am a research scientist with the U.S. Geological Survey.
And I'm Brian Kennedy, a PhD candidate at Boston University.
We've been working our way up. We're at Baker Island in the Howland and Baker complex of the,
Pacific Rhode Islands Marine National Monument.
I'll leave that one to Brian because I never can get it right. But we started at around 950 meters today, and we've been climbing up this more carbonate cap part of this island. Seen a lot of coral. What?
Meredith suggests to take a blank somewhere. So
Yes.
kind of move off maybe into an area where you don't have a lot of corals,
Okay,
and maybe a meter or two up.
you want to do that
Wait, you want to do that now?
now?
Yeah,
Okay,
in the next, little bit. But want to,
you're also supposed to check your email. So if you guys, we can kind of come off the side a little bit and come up a couple meters. We're gonna take two biscuits. So we have the two that are 2.5.
Or do you want?
just one.
Oh, okay, just one of them.
Save one for
For the end,
something.
I guess at
later.
the end,
Yeah.
right?
So we are operating currently in American Samoan time, which is UTC minus 11. So it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon here. I'm sure those of you in North America, it's getting late for you. So what we're doing right now is we're going to fire a Niskin bottle and take a water sample and use this as a comparison for eDNA of what we see of some distance off the bottom as opposed to what we see when we look at the community right near the bottom. What's the sample number?
204. That was Niskin 5.
Yes.
Thank you.
What's your altitude? 20 meters.
So every time we take a sample, we actually log that sample in multiple ways. So Brian is on the computer. We're using a system called C-Log that allows us to log everything electronically, and it pairs all of the oceanographic data essentially. So the temperature, the depth, the oxygen,
Basically
everything.
Heading, I mean, all kinds of other stuff, heading, pitch, roll. It's got it's like a 100-column spreadsheet when you export everything with all the different data attached to it.
And then we also handwrite what we're doing too, just as a backup and as something that we can access easily when we go into the lab later in the afternoon or evening or early morning, whenever the ROV comes up, so that we can know which samples are which and where they come from, because all of that information is really important as we do different types of analysis with all of the samples to be able to track exactly where they came from and what the conditions were like there. So we're on Baker Island, and Brian has a lot of information about has some more information than I do about how these islands became US territory. And so while we're kind of moving along here, looking for our next subjects to zoom on or to sample, we can talk about some of that history.
Way to put me on the spot.
I know, sorry.
Disclaimer, I'm a biologist, not a historian. But I've always found it was kind of funny, these two islands and a couple of the other islands that make up the quote minor outlying island territories in the United States were actually claimed by the US under the Guano Islands Act. And so in the 1800s, guano was used extensively as fertilizer. And so these islands, because they're so important for seabirds, had an extensive amount of guano on them. And there was actually a US law passed that any US corporation could basically claim territory in the Pacific if it had for the purposes of guano mining. There was competing claims between different companies, between different countries and whatnot.
But that basically is the history in the short order of these islands had a lot of fertilizer from the seabirds, and so that's how they ended up being claimed by the United States.
And so we're obviously not 600 meters below the surface, but when we walk out on deck on the ship, when we're around either Howland or Baker, you can see the island because we're operating in such close proximity. You can see these really large bird aggregations, both right above the island and then just kind of flying around. I don't know the exact bird types that are here, but they are really important bird sanctuaries because there's just so little land mass out here this far out into the Pacific.
Yeah, these islands are not what you would consider tropical paradises at all. These are more of the marooned on a desert island kind of island. There's no trees. There's a few low brush bushes, mainly scrub grass. And I think the highest point on the island is only like 8 meters or something. And I have, frankly, looking at it from the ship, I have trouble believing it's even that high. I think Howland and actually Baker is only something like 2 square miles or less. Yeah, 2 square kilometers, excuse me. So these are little tiny desolate islands. There's no continuous fresh water on board. So
You
there
mean
have
on
been
the island,
on the island. What did I say?
on board?
Oh, on board. Yes, we have water on board on the island. And so there's been a couple habitation attempts that failed, basically due to lack of water or really lack of arable land.
Alexis, how
Yes.
did you get into coral and deep sea research and sea research?
That's a good question. So Cody, one of our ROV pilots, asked how I got into doing this type of research. So I've always been someone, I grew up in Austin, Texas, so not near an ocean, but I was always very interested in the ocean from the age of about 5 years old and ongoing. And so when I went to college, I picked a university that I could play tennis. So I went to college on a tennis scholarship, but I also studied oceanography. And during my time it was in Florida at a school called Florida Tech, I got a lot of kind of small field experience. So we did a lot of labs at beaches, and we did a short research cruise that was 3 days long. And kind of once I started to experience not really even deep sea, but more field biology, I knew that that was the direction I wanted to go, or I wanted to do these ecological surveys. And then I also just started learning about deep sea corals as a senior in college. I'd never really heard of them or seen them. And I didn't know about these types of exploration efforts. And I went to do a master's at a museum in California at the California Academy of Sciences. And I studied museum specimens of deep sea corals. And that was a really great experience. It gave me exposure to some of the taxonomy that's involved in coral classification. And then from there, I decided, I got to get on these ships. I got to start doing this myself. And so I looked into a couple different labs, and I ended up at Temple University with Eric Cortez, where I just recently finished my PhD back in December. And over my time during my PhD, I sailed on 10 different expeditions in 3 different oceanographic regions. So I was very fortunate to have a lot of field work. And then now that I'm with USGS, kind of continuing similar types of studies, but going a bit more into the genetics behind coral classification and not so much the experimental side, which is what a lot of my PhD was.
Brian, what about you?
So I wanted to be a marine biologist for basically as long as I can remember. And when I finished my undergrad degree at the College of Charleston, I needed was intending to do a PhD, but I needed a break. So I joined the NOAA Corps, which is most of you probably never heard of it. It's the smallest uniformed service of the federal government. There's only about 300 officers, or I guess there was 300 officers at the time I was in. I think they've increased it to 500 or something now. And I was assigned to the NOAA Ship Oceanus Explorer, which primarily works with NOAA's Office of Ocean Exploration. And so I spent 2 years as a ship's officer, driving the ship, maintaining the safety equipment on the vessel, while we ran all over the Pacific with an ROV exploring. And I kind of got more involved in the RV side of operations, started doing some RV navigating, running the sonars. And then in the NOAA Corps, you rotate between land assignments and sea assignments. So after I finished my sea assignment, I was lucky enough that Ocean Exploration enjoyed working with me. And so they requested me be assigned as one of their Corps liaison officers. So I spent the next 4 years on land, was still sailing a lot, but officially assigned to Ocean Exploration. And then I got into kind of some of the project management stuff and started running expeditions for OE all over the Pacific and the Atlantic. And basically I got to the point where I realized I was getting more into the bureaucratic stuff and missing the science. And so I left NOAA to come to BU to work on my PhD, which brings me to here.
Big Chaseon crab. Yeah, so we come from, you know, we all kind of come from different backgrounds, and there's different ways to get to doing this type of work, whether it's on the, you know, shipboard scientist side, or there's a lot of people that use the information that we gather out here and analyze it on land without actually coming on the ship. Because it's a great experience, but it is not for everyone. And sometimes people realize that. So they decide to just, you know, be a ship or a shoreside scientist, which is equally as important, equally as necessary to actually get all of the work and analysis done. And then you have our ROV team who are out here in a very different capacity and often come from much different backgrounds than us. But some of us are from Texas because we're the best.
Exactly.
You guys want to share your career path on the engineering technician side?
Oh, yeah. Well,
Do you
I
have a mic?
started,
Do you have a mic on over there?
no.
Do you want to? Yeah.
We're just getting a microphone to the pilots so they can introduce themselves and share a little bit about their career track.
And we're getting close up to 600 meters, which is good. We're making way. This kind of happens sometimes. It's interesting anecdotally when watches change. Sometimes what you're seeing changes too, and that seemed to happen to us. We're seeing that really wonderful coral communities, and now we're just kind of working up through this next transition. We'll see if we find different types of communities as we work our way up. All right, Cody, give us how you got here.
Cody Perez, Texas. All the pilots here. Been with Falkor for about 5 years now. Previously, I was in the oil field. Started RV work actually right out of high school. Kind of pick up the litter. I mechanic and then met a guy. Opened up the oil field side of things. Started some training. Working throughout Southeast Asia. Learned on the job. Did that for a few years and then switched over to scientific research and kind of looked at that. Fun journey.
Jared.
I'm Jared Eastwood. I actually started my career in the Navy. I did 9 years in the Navy as a mechanic with aircraft. I put my resume online, and the oil and gas company found it and asked me if I wanted to try out ROVs, and I said, "What is one?" And before I knew it, they hired on with them. And I've been doing that since about 2011, and then on a handful of jobs with Smith Ocean on the science side. It's a lot more rewarding, that's for sure.
Yeah, science group I think a lot of it's very cool. Get more to like Jared said, more of the rewarding aspect of it.
seeing the scientists, blow up when they see something that they've been studying for years and years. A piece of sand. Freak out, so it's amazing just to see them get all close to joy when it comes to looking at these things. Like I said, I've been doing it for 5 years now with Falkor doing scientific research for 5 years prior to the world field. Science alone, we see the coral all the time. Left and right, these scientists, they just get so excited. Piece of coral that they've been studying.
And the cool side of it is when they do come on and get so excited about these things, it's exciting for us because to us it was just a piece of coral that we've seen 100 times, and then to find out what it does, what it eats, how it lives, it's really interesting.
Different structures of it, there's so many coral subsea. Just to learn about it, they don't really learn about it in school. They don't really grasp in high school, middle school, elementary school that coral. You just think of the color of coral.
Go in the acid.
It's actually down below until you get really face to face with it. It's awesome. And you can see it in fish tanks and aquariums, but being in the natural habitat is awesome.
Yeah, it's really fun to share the experience across just different people's knowledge level, and you have people that come on board that are new students. So we have Anamare, who's a freshman in college. You have people that have been in their careers for many more years, and it's just everybody gets excited about different things, and it's always fun to share those experiences. And like the ROV guys said, they see a lot more of this than we actually do because they spend so much more time at sea with different science groups. So often they will spot things that we're interested in before we even see them, just because their eyes are more in tune to these types of underwater views. And yeah, they're all just, the ROV guys are really great to work with. It's super fun when we come back. So it was nice. I was out in 2017 with Cody and Adam and Russ, and it was really nice to come back on board, and everybody, you remember each other because it's such a good experience, and sharing those, getting to know people over these long cruises, you really form a bond with everybody. It's 30 days together on one ship, so hopefully you get along.
So we're going way away from
Yeah,
the actual set point. Right now we're on that little ridge.
Yeah.
And I think they wanted us more in the middle, potentially, the way it looks.
Do you zoom out and show us the next point?
It looks.
Is that the last waypoint?
Last waypoint?
Yeah.
It's waypoint 6. You want to go 3.
That doesn't even have to be.
So I mean, we could continue. This
Yeah,
ridge
I would say just jump on this ridge and go
Okay.
and head up. If
This
that's
way,
a-
this
I
ridge
would-
had that dip.
Yes, I would
Yeah.
not go, I would stay on the ridge.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And then once we get there, we're gonna just, I don't know if you want to drop another waypoint for you guys, but we would just keep going up
Yep.
to try and.
Agreed.
I'll move this way. Thank you.
And hi, Meredith, I saw your comment earlier. Yes, we have met a couple times at meetings, so it's fun to be out here helping with the eDNA collections, and I know you're part of the USGS family too, so I'm sure we will have many more chances to work together in the future.
Thanks, Tony. Sorry for putting me away from that going in. Away from
Oh yeah, that's what we want. We want to get up.
all the outside. There you go. There's a waypoint before we get there.
Oh, sorry, Meredith's with NOAA, so still a different, still a
Moderate
US
federal
government.
scientist.
Yeah, there we go. I just know, I hear, yeah, the USGS scientists always talk about working together with Meredith, so it's hard to keep everybody's affiliations in check.
So as we're sorting out exactly where we want to track up here, is the bathymetry we're working on is about 30 meters in resolution. So 1 pixel size in the map we made the other night is 30 meters. So think about that. That's, what is that? That's 90 feet.
Mhm.
And so that's the best resolution we can get with the ship sonar that we have. And so when you're thinking about making decisions on the size of where to drive something the size of a car, which is roughly Sebastian, based on a map that is only has 60-foot resolution or 30 meters, it's quite hard. So we end up having to deviate from our tracks pretty often with what we see on the seafloor because we just don't have the resolution from the ship-based sonar systems. And I'm sure some of you are used to, millimeter accuracy maps of your hometown and roads are kind of confused on why the best maps we have on one of the best from the best research vessel out there is only 30 meters. And purely it's because, radio waves don't work underwater, basically. So if you sound, and sound is not just as accurate or as fast a sampling rate as radar or electromagnetic remote sensing is. So it's one of those frustrations about working underwater is we are dealing with a lot of communication and remote sensing all being acoustic.
This has been a very stark change. We talk about transitions in communities as we go across these transects that we do, and really there has been a tonguefish, yeah.
Well, that might have been a nudibranch for a second.
Oh, quite a, we don't need to stop for it. Quite a stark change from even 50 meters below to where we are now, 587 meters. We're just not seeing the same coral communities. We're seeing a lot of shrimp and smaller invertebrates living on the seafloor, sea stars, but just not the vertical relief that is provided by corals and sponges. We have only seen some demo sponges
It's
today.
a very light
Yeah.
sponge shot. So you can see if you've been watching this entire cruise, there's a big colony or something coming up. But you've been seeing us mainly on manganese encrusted basalt. And up here in this depth, we've now shifted onto the carbonate cap of the feature that was laid down by millions of years of coral reef growth in the shallows.
It looks like we've got
So you can see
something over
that
here on the right.
the general rock formation here is quite different than what you've been seeing most of the other dives, with the exception of yesterday, which we were also up on the carbonate cap of Howland Island.
We have a nice, possibly a Parasus was what we sampled earlier. So a type of plexaurid octocoral. Just a quick zoom. Can I get in a little closer? Okay. You're cool. There's a lot of little shrimp living at the base of it too, taking cover. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. So not Parasus, because it doesn't have those large sclerites. Probably an Acanthogorgia. So a different family of octocorals. We'll see if Steve jumps in to correct me. But we've been seeing these all throughout the dive. So we can carry on.
No.
It's hard not to stop if you haven't seen something for a while. You just want to
Yeah.
stop
Well,
and
it's
look
a
at
good
the.
I think it's a good idea generally. Yeah, especially when we've got this much depth change and we're getting into
Yeah.
the shallows where the community turnover is way faster at this depth than it is in deeper water.
Yeah, so today we're doing this somewhat more shallow dive. But tomorrow or even later, early in the morning for us, in about maybe 12 hours, we'll be potentially starting a deeper dive here. That's Umbellapathes, black coral. Starting a deeper dive still here at Baker, but we'll go to a part of the island that we haven't had tracks on before. So there's been a couple other expeditions that have visited this island, but every time we do one of these dives, we're covering a very small amount of space with the ROV compared to the size of the feature. So honestly, when we say something has been dove on before, that just means that we've done one or two small track lines and taken a glimpse at one side or one depth of the not the ROV of the feature. Yeah, gosh. Can I take just a quick zoom on it? Yeah, or you can come in. So we have a big crinoid perched and a Astroschema brittle star. This to me looks like Parasus now before zooming on it, which I should stop making claims before having a closer look. Okay. Yeah, so this is Parasus, which is a plexaurid octocoral. You can tell by the sclerites on the body of the coral. So they have very white scale, what looks like white scales in between the polyps, and those are all little pieces of calcium carbonate that make up the structure and the kind of rigidity of the coral. All right, we sampled that earlier, so we can keep going. And another big Chaseon crab, these Oreo fish that we've been seeing throughout the dive. We have a bamboo with, looks like the base of the coral, or the lower half, doesn't have any polyps on it, but there's still polyps up at the top. Do you think Randy would want to have a zoom of that?
I don't see any.
There doesn't look like anything's
I don't see
actively
anything on
predating
it.
it. Okay, let's keep going. Lots of tonguefish in this sediment. So we often look for, when we're creating these dive tracks, and when we get to the seafloor, we'll modify our dive track when we're looking, because we're really looking for hard ground.
Plantaria.
Oh yeah, we have a
Can we take a look at that? in the
Yeah.
Water column.
this right here.
Yep.
Yeah. A swimming holothurian or sea cucumber, which are pretty common. Yeah. They're very ethereal to watch. you can see through, they have that translucent color, and inside is the gut of the holothurian, the whole gut tract. I actually don't know too much about how these feed. Do you know, Brian?
I think there's still some debate on whether they just catch marine snow in the water column, or if they land sometimes, take a little sand and then lift off and digest it away. I've heard it told both ways, but you often see them with this mouth up orientation with those kind of feeding appendages out. So I wouldn't be surprised if they feed primarily off in the water column. We don't need to spend a lot of time. I just wanted to, since it was something we hadn't seen, gotten a good look at yet. But I've always thought these things were super beautiful.
I mean, they are.
And they're a really unique feeding form for an organism that we otherwise think is very much a benthic, kind of lives the life of the worm in some ways.
There's some really small little colonies, but nothing too big. Lots of those heterocarpus shrimp. But you can see there's a blanket, essentially a blanket of sediment on these rocks, which is something that when you are looking for where you might find coral communities, sediment is one of the things that would deter coral sediment, or over time just not allow the corals to grow bigger than a certain size. So you can see all the particulate in the water as we're flying, and some of that might be sediment coming off of the island, and some of that might be food particles or marine snow, as we call it, essentially detritus, coming down from the surface. Can you take a look at what these white
Absolutely.
tubes are?
So it's been kind of nice. The wind has laid down quite a bit the last couple of days. We've gone from what was a bit of a rolly ride down from Honolulu to a much gentler sea state. It looks like we've got a nice little weather window for the next couple of days of light winds and just moderate swells. So we're still got a decent roll on the ship, but it's been a nice little change from the transit down, which is a bit bumpy. But we're sitting here in more or less in what sailors used to call the doldrums.
Okay.
Scientists tend to call it the intertropical convergence zone, which is an area that is generally characterized by light winds. But last week that was kind of an exception. We seem to have fallen back into that kind of doldrumy light wind state, which is nice for RV operations, especially in an area that has such strong currents.
So we definitely have bivalve shells, and then those little, are those serpulids?
That was my
The
assumption.
the worms?
But I think Randy and I were looking at these yesterday and trying to figure out if they were fossil bivalve shells left in the reef that are now eroding out, or if they're something that have grown here later. And we did not come to a definitive conclusion.
Let's see if we can just pan around for a little bit.
So that one looks alive and attached, or recently alive. But but I didn't see any that were alive, which made me think this might be.
I think this
An
is old.
erosional
Yeah,
fossil
I think
feature.
this is erosional. So something that at one point would have been closer to the surface, and these would have been live bivalves.
Yeah, Tim Shank in the other room is suggesting brachiopod shells, which I agree is a possibility.
Yeah, some of them look different. There's also like, they're not all consistently the same shape, which is. But it's,
Steve is agreeing they're probably brachiopods.
you have a little goniasterid star.
It's a little tough of orange.
Bryozoan, I think.
Old cup coral kind of
Yeah.
thing too. So this looks like it's all fossil reef. Ooh.
Okie doke, we can carry on. Yes. Lots of little caves and pockets and holes for all of these smaller animals to live in. It's kind of as you zoom in on some of these areas, you see lots of life in there, even though it, isn't big and as charismatic as coral or sharks.
That's the crowd.
We did see a shark earlier.
Today already?
Yeah, we saw a little cat shark.
Oh, nice. Umbellapathes?
Yes, Untitled. Another sea star. So seeing the sea stars, I know they're not all the same, but seeing them on the sediment does make me think that they essentially just crawl around until they find a coral when we see them predating on corals.
I'm really intrigued. So we collected a sea star a couple days ago that appeared to be eating something on the seafloor, and we brought it up and got a close look at it. The best guess we can get on what it was eating was actually the arm of another sea star.
Oh yeah, that's
Uh,
yeah. That, do you remember that little one that we collected that had like 6 or 8 arms?
doesn't it have
It-
extra arms?
Definitely was eating, I think, a baby of
Carcinogen.
a Brisingid sea star, which are those like really big
That's
ones.
Different.
I think it's a fish.
I agree, but
Can we
it's
look at-
a different
I'm
fish.
sorry, it's right in the bottom right corner of the side cam. It's moving. Yeah, right
The
here.
little guy just dead center.
It looks like
That's new and different.
it's a fish of some
It is a
kind.
fish. Probably a juvenile fish.
Yes.
My guess, but not one I remember seeing before.
Might be hard to track that.
I think we let it go.
Yeah, we can keep going.
Sure.
There it is.
Yeah, we don't need to spend a lot of time on it if it's gonna be a hard one, but
Definitely like partially translucent, which suggests more juvenile. That's a good view.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. A little bit. There we go.
I'll choose about 45 minutes to run out of prepared material to talk about today.
shrimp in a sponge. I'll be interested to see if when we get up to like 400, 300, if we see, especially like the fish communities change, because that's what we really saw yesterday. We didn't see, like, we saw a couple different colonies of the colonial scleractinian, so Madrepora and Anelopsamia, but we didn't see large aggregations of them on today's dive in the depth range that we would kind of expect them to be. It doesn't mean that they're not on Baker Island somewhere, because we've definitely seen them before, but again, it's just that every time we plan a dive, we're using the best knowledge we have, but it's still just a guess as to where we're going to find these communities.
This is one of those things that we're still very much learning about the deep sea is, you know, we know some of the things that are important, current flow, hard grounds, the general shape of the bathymetry all matter, but kind of the fine tuning of that beyond those kind of big categories is a very active area of research still, as we better understand kind of what controls zonation in the deep sea, whether is it water mass chemistry, is it, you know, dissolved oxygen levels, and I'm sure it's some combination of all of those, all of the above. But that's something we still are just in our infancy in understanding what kind of the environmental controls are of the distribution of a lot of these different species we're seeing.
Oh yeah, they do look like brachiopods, don't they? I don't think we've seen any octopus yet today. I think yesterday we had like 3 or 2.
Well, at least 2 that I know.
Okay. There might have been 3. Can we look at this right here?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, so we have gotten confirmation that we should be on the surface / approaching on deck at 7. So we'll need to start thinking about leaving the bottom 6:15, 6:30, I guess.
Depending on how high we get.
Yep.
Yeah. What time is it now? 4,
Yeah.
almost 5.
Almost 5. So we got about an hour and a half, hour 40 minutes bottom time remaining, and we're hoping to get into the 400-meter range. So we gotta continue to make pretty good progress upslope if we're gonna accomplish that. You know, it's always a hard trade-off in trying to get a good coverage of different depth zones at different shapes while documenting what we see to a high enough detail to be useful later. It's kind of always being torn both directions and wanting to move faster but document more.
Okay. Just want to see what these white polyps are. Actually looks like a zoanthid on a sponge, older sponge.
Here, man.
Thank you.
Would you like to sit on my eyes a little bit?
Just a little bit, yeah.
It's gonna look dark real quick.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. We don't need to spend too long. It's just a quick. And then there was one other little coral over here we'll take a look at while we're here. It's hard to tell when they're this small, but either a paragorgid or with a little hermit crab, or a corallidae but I think it's a small paragorgid. A hermit crab. Just hanging out on there. That's good.
That's a big shrimp.
Yeah, there's a big shrimp. Do you remember in 2017 one of them swam into the bio box? Do you remember that? That was a big success. They're like impossible to catch otherwise. Yes. Yeah, so I mean, as long as unless things get crazy, we'll just kind of keep carrying on.
About the same speed as it was.
Yeah.
I did it in West Point.
Oh, great.
That's like calling a paramedic an ambulance driver, though.
Little sea star. Yeah, Meredith made a good point in the chat that a lot of the species IDs even fool experts on, like, people that study exclusively a certain group of organisms. And a lot of times we do have training and experience doing this type of exploration and trying to ID things as we see them in real time, but there are probably thousands of times that I've been wrong while narrating. So we generally try to ID to the most narrow class as possible, but while still not over guessing. So if I don't know a species, I'll just say either a genus or a family that I can have more confidence in versus trying to just outright guess a species when it's difficult to ID that from the seafloor. A little Anelopsamia. Very little.
Should be getting up into green eye territory soon.
Yeah, looks over on the left. We have some whip corals. Can't quite tell. Yeah. Okay. Looks like a black coral or a couple of different black corals, but oh, I think this might be an Tim, if you're listening, is this an ophroid that you're interested in? You were showing me your PowerPoint of associates earlier, and that looks similar to me, but like we just talked about, I might not be IDing it correctly.
Steve is interested in the coral.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yes.
so we are going to
Sample?
set up to sample.
Alright.
So probably this branch. So we want to get this ophroid
Okay.
with that branch. This one is also an option, but it looks a little more tucked in there. So it's up to you guys.
Y'all imaged all you need to.
Brian.
Give me a second.
Okay.
All right, we're good.
Let her rip. So this is a sample that's of interest to both Steve for the Coral ID as well as Tim Shank for the associate ID.
So these tend to be very flexible and a little floaty. So trying to coax them into a quiver might be a little challenging.
That works. Yeah, that's great. I didn't see that before, so it actually works better, but this is 205.
Actually, might help.
Oh, the Ophroi just jumped ship.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he jumped out of the quiver. Yeah, it's okay.
What do you want? Do you want to try and collect the other one with the?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we
Then
can
leave that one.
leave that one in there, but we can also go back and snipping up the other piece.
See where it went.
He went just like on the left side off the quiver. So
So it's smooth too.
yeah.
Let's see.
Inside the sleep.
Me?
I was yours.
Um, I think so, 'cause it,
You see any fall out?
yeah, he like just bailed off this. He went. Yeah.
Might have been bail too. Where is it?
No, it's right here.
Oh, there, got it.
Yeah.
On the end?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. It's right here.
So you gotta remember that while the pilots are doing this, the ship is also rolling. So we just took two or three good rolls right there that caused me to have to grab my laptop falling off the desk. So they're sitting here manipulating the arm at the same time, trying to do something super fine and delicate underwater while we're being kind of thrown around in the boat a little bit as a big swell train comes through.
Oh, it's not quite in there. Yeah. Oh.
And just go. Do you want to look and see if there's a little patch to the left and see if there's one over there?
I think he's gonna.
Take off.
I think we're good.
Okay.
He's just gonna, yeah, it's gonna be. Those ones, oh, we've got to put the stopper on. Those ones were not used to the ophroids like crawling away like that.
Yeah. That's quiver 6, right? Yeah. All right, so that's black coral, sample 205, and quiver
Yeah.
6. It doesn't look like we got the oath.
Yeah.
I really did hope.
That's okay. It happens. You did get it. He just jumped ship.
It just escaped.
It might be like a use the stopper to get it as much as you can.
You read my mind.
I'm learning. If you're following along at home, we are streaming as many of these dives as we can, as long as we don't have technical issues, but there's also, we have a multimedia correspondent on board with us, Eric Olson. And the first video that he produced after our first week is currently live, I believe on Schmidt's website. There's probably links to it, possibly on YouTube, and it gives a good overview of some of the objectives of this cruise from the chief scientist Randy Rogen, and Tim Shank talks about some of the work we did in the first couple dives where we were working in international waters before we moved into U.S. territory where we're in now, and we were in for the last couple dives. It's weird. That's the cyclonophore. There you go. Schmidt has told us that the first week video is on YouTube and Facebook. So many shrimp along the bottom. It's a little bit of rubble, actually. Oh yeah, spray can. Or some kind of can. Yeah, can we just take a quick zoom on it? We categorize the type of anthropogenic waste that we see, just maybe it looks like a spray can, right? Oh, there's definitely rubble here, so there's something up above, possibly. So for the first time in this dive, we're starting to see what we call coral rubble, which is the dead skeletons of coral colonies that have either broken off or fallen off, probably from a higher point up on this feature. So we'll see as we climb if we encounter any live Scleractinian coral. I know. There's a big, not a big, but a nice bamboo coral. Doesn't look like there's any associates on it. So we do find trash, or especially like microplastics, very small amounts of plastic, and sediments all over in different oceans, but we are on the edge of a once inhabited island, so it's not very surprising to see evidence of human life down here. But it's worth noting there have been studies about the amount of debris in these areas, and trying to understand the distribution of human waste in the ocean. Here's a nice rock surface. There's a little Anemone. This is just going vertically up, isn't it?
It
Okay.
is. Forcing a little bit.
Yeah. So,
I would be surprised if this continues quite a little way.
this is fun. I like this. Wow.
I'm surprised we're not seeing a little more coral life
I know.
on this. It's another
Yeah.
comes down.
Yeah. Oh, here's some to the left. Got a nice little patch of a couple primnoids. Sidroid
Oh, here's
urchin.
live
Oh,
brachiopods.
brachiopods. Can we take a look?
Absolutely.
And look, it's all in the underhang
Yeah.
versus on the top of
And
them.
only on that side,
Yeah.
not the other side.
Okay.
Sorry.
We just passed 500 meters. Oh, not
Not brachiopods.
brachiopods. Are those
What are they?
a
Randy?
cesta or what is the? They're a clam of some kind. Bivalves. A cesta. That's what I said. And a big sponge.
Yeah. It's quite a sponge.
Just this one side. Huh?
Yeah, when we have a chance, let me know when we can start zooming on a couple things.
Okay. What do you want to zoom on?
One of these corals.
Okay.
Wow, look down. Some cup corals on here too.
It's the red and white. Right.
Probably a type of precious coral. Okay. Can knock out two with one. Yep. I think it's a precious coral because of that hard white skeleton. If it was a paragorgid, it would have not that rigid of a skeleton. But they're hard to tell sometimes. Lots of little sponges here too. Another type of that white coral, I'm not sure. Maybe that's a corallid. Yep. Okay.
There's.
Okay. Looks like a type of PRIMNM coral, the one on the left, and then we have looks like a Narella, but can't be certain. And then we have a gastropod living on there and some ophoroids. Red is Hemicorallium, but a different species from what we collected earlier. A couple gastropods or hermit crabs.
Looks like there's a big crab or something back in the cave looking thing, potentially. I can't quite tell.
Well, let's go find out.
Let's just look around the corner, yeah. Can't go in the cave, but I think it might just be a shadow.
No, it's moving.
Where? Oh, okay. This coral's growing in there too. Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's interesting. Look how far back the corals
Yeah.
grow in there.
There must be, because it's probably just like a,
I mean,
probably goes all the way through,
It must.
right? Flow.
to get that. Or maybe it just circles back in there
Yeah.
and you got an eddy or something, but
Oh, we have some big cup corals also. Different species than some of the other ones we've seen.
yeah.
Jared, can I just zoom in so I can look right here? You don't have to come closer. I'll just. Looks like a shrimp.
It's just a giant shrimp.
It's just a shrimp. Brian was really counting on like
Yeah, it was
the
like
cave
some
cave monster.
coming out of there or something.
There's definitely some cool corals growing in there. This is a really amazing. I'm gonna look at these right here.
Big cup corals.
Yeah, that's what I wanna get an eye on. Sorry, it's fine. Yeah, big cup corals. 10 centimeters almost. 8 centimeters. Looks like maybe flabellum. Steve, give me a shout. Okay, I think we have some interest in sampling, but I think it's better for us to kind of keep going and see if we can find some things in better spots. I mean,
In a vertical one?
oh, Giovanni. Yes.
And you'll be able to really push us inside of the cave.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow. Oh, actually, we had those bivalves that were on the top of this part, just down to the left. That we would like to take a zoom on because we haven't seen those yet. So we make all these crazy requests to go see things, but the pilots have to be very cautious that we're not flying into an overhang and that the vehicle is, I think maybe they're,
Go up.
or up a little, yeah. There we go, these guys. And maybe that coral, so maybe right here. Yeah. We see a similar type of clam like this in the Atlantic around cold water coral systems, but we haven't been seeing them in the Pacific very often.
So these are bivalves. We were initially wrong, thinking that they were brachiopods. Back to the earlier conversation about how
Can I
often
come
we've
in a
been
little bit?
reported saying things wrong on video now.
Let's have a very strange, I don't know if that's a hydroid colony. It's a good view of those cup corals too. Oh, fish in a hole. Okay, that's great. I think we can keep, yeah, kind of going up this feature. We'd like obviously to stay, but we also want to cover this ground before. And maybe we'll find surprises as we go higher. There was a lot of coral rubble, so I still have hope. Hydroid trees, quote unquote, says Steve. That's what I thought.
Very weird looking out there.
Yeah.
I heard that those still all the way through.
I would, let's go find out. Looks like some Anemone growing on the top there.
Yeah, so this increase in sediments coming off the feature, not something the vehicle created. So we're getting into an area of probably pretty extremely high current. And as we come up the feature,
Yeah, really. More rubble. Urchin. Ooh, cool sponge. Oh, it's a fish. Oh, that's one of those little unicorn fish.
spike fish.
Spike fish. Sorry, I call it the unicorn fish. Wow, this is really amazing. This is something that, like, if you were climbing or going hiking, would be a really awesome place to. Yeah, I mean, it's vertical, so I think it's beyond my limits, but wow, it's just so many different little caves. I'm not a geologist, but my explanation for this would be that at one point this part of the feature was closer to the surface. So this area has been eroded away by wave action. And as sea levels have changed, it's now 475 meters below the sea surface.
Well, sea levels has changed and as the feature has subsided. So you get the combination here of different sea level stands as well as just the subsidence of the seafloor as these seamounts get deeper as they move towards the Mariana subduction zone.
See, two biologists almost make a
Oh,
geologist.
it's not like that.
Still seeing rubble, but not much live coral.
More and more rubble though. I'm sure we will find it.
I don't know. This has happened to me before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, where I've been
I've
been tricked. Yeah.
Remember that big rubber ball down in Pippa?
Yes.
Then we got to the top of
Right. That's what I mean. Or it's like not at all what you're like. Oh my god, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be huge.
we took that arm and we went in and it went up like right here on the arm.
Yeah.
We got to the top.
And it is accumulating up here, but that's also one thing that we're not really sure on from a scientific standpoint is how old the rubble is. So it could have been from a community that 100 years ago that was living. And so there's still questions about but we're coming up to a very dense area of rubble. And sometimes when these colonies break off, they can propagate, so start to grow a new colony. But if the conditions aren't right, then the colony won't sustain itself. Can we zoom in on some of this? Great. Because this is pretty dense. Sorry, that was really fast.
Anyone's requesting zoom on the bivalve shells.
Okay. Actually, Cody, I think you could white balance on this. Some of it is probably very white. Sorry.
Sponge mixed in there.
Yeah, there we go. So there's sponges in here. There's bivalve shells, so they don't look to be living. I'm gonna look at this, Jared, right here, right here.
Okay.
Yep. Oh yeah, cool stuff. I don't see any polyps, so I don't think any of this is live. Okay. That's interesting. See rubble moving. Okay, can I go in?
Go ahead.
Okay. Here's one of these bivalve shells. Oh, we're moving. We're moving.
Those are first green eye, it looks like.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a cool. We actually don't see them. I mean, we haven't spent a whole lot of time zoomed, but you often see a lot of brittle stars or other.
Yeah, looks for rubble. This actually looks kind of devoid.
Right.
really excited.
Cool. So this looks like one of the bivalve shells, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't see any signs of life.
Oh, Steve says brachiopod. Can I have manuals?
That's with them real quick.
Oh,
Notice.
oh,
Try to get it blurred.
I'm trying. I'm moving it. I'm moving it a whole lot.
Okay, so.
There we go.
Looks like it fixed itself earlier.
Is this good, Randy, or she's typing?
It's a good look at the skeleton though, and the skeletal structures of this coral.
Do you want to bring them on iris a little bit?
It's okay. We're not gonna stay that much longer. Yeah, let's keep going up.
I didn't see any live polyps in there at all.
No, I didn't.
Let's go see where all this is coming from.
462. We're getting there, Brian. We're gonna get up above 400. Yeah, so there's some chatter in the from Meredith and from some others about the other types of scleractinian formations, and in the Atlantic as well as in the Gulf of Mexico you find, actually, can we look at it here? You find large cold water coral reefs or mounds that are formed mostly by a coral called Lophilia pertusa, and it's kind of a different type of growth form than what we find out here in the Pacific, where they've been growing on not necessarily seamounts, but more flat ground for potentially hundreds of thousands of years. And the coral just grows on top of itself over many different glacial periods. And then you have this large mass of coral that makes up the whole mound. And we see that both in the Gulf of Mexico, along the Atlantic margin, and then up in areas around Norway and Iceland. So kind of a different type of scleractinian growth, but still really forming these dense aggregations. Oh, and Meredith says, what does GFO stand for?
Departments of Fishery and Oceans, Canada's version of NOAA.
Just found Lophilia mounds off of British Columbia, which is super rare, so that's exciting. Yeah, Jason, Million Mounds is one of the areas off the southeast coast where we've done work with the Okeanos as well as a number of other NOAA ships to try and categorize that region. Okay. Looks like we have a sea star over here, which is what I
Maybe
mentioned,
some live tissue.
which is purple-ish, which is very strange to me. We have two different types of coral here. One looks like the structure of Madrepora, but has very purple tissue, which I am not familiar with. Cody, can I have a manual? And then there's another coral right next to it. That's definitely a different growth form with the pinkish polyps. And this is, in my opinion, corallivery. So a sea star has its gut wrapped around this scleractinian coral, which we don't see as often. Randy. We have some people typing into our internal chat about if this is something that we might be interested in sampling. I think we can get it. I think
You
we
guys
would
potentially collect some of this with the star.
we collect the star, and if it holds on to the coral, great. If not, we'll just grab a little piece of that purple coral.
So what I'll do is I'll just go with the star first.
Perfect. Yeah.
And then this coral comes, that's the vertical coral, right?
Yes.
So we'll probably take some of it.
But the purple color of this coral is really surprising to me. So that's exciting. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in real quick so we can grab a picture.
Make sure we're in good position still.
Yes. Cool. All right.
And the arm goes to its stretching. before it,
And there's nothing big, right? Nothing to make, correct?
Correct.
Happy with the pictures and.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
that whole piece of
Hmm.
the whole piece of
Oh, yeah.
those biologics are all full.
That's okay. The biologics are cool. Let's see what happens when we grab the sea star. There you go.
So grab it.
Yeah. Great.
I don't think it'll survive in the rock box.
Oh no.
total number of samples.
This will be 15.
Oh wait, apparently there's a crab at sea.
Oh, there is.
And there's squat lobsters and B.
Are there? Because now it's a squat somewhere here.
Oh, it fell out. Okay, so that's the one that escaped.
All right, so we're gonna put it in bio box B, the one that's in the middle. I'm sorry for all the confusion. So
So the
because of how we did this, it's gonna be two separate samples. So C star is gonna be 206.
okay. So 6.
And then this
Well,
coral,
that's an 8.
correct.
So 204.
Sorry.
206. Sorry.
So
206.
thank you.
Star still and number 8.
Correct. Thank you.
Right, so it's 207 and 208.
No,
No,
206,
206.
207. It's okay.
No, it's not.
Yeah, 206. Okay, great. Thank you for that. We can keep going up, yeah. We'll see, because some of that was live, whereas what we saw before is all dead. So we might find our way up to more live colonies. So much here. There's another little cave with some shrimp.
It's amazing how far this rebel can travel.
It is.
It's crazy. Giant.
Coming up on the left is a lot of it too.
So you got another sea star potentially munching on some
Yeah.
fragments.
We'll keep going. Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like yes, I do. Yeah.
We're gonna get up those overhangs with the world's largest metropolitan colony.
I would be very happy.
Sure.
450 meters. Oh, an octopus. I mean, you don't have to zoom, but we'll keep going. No, we're gonna keep going.
Wow, it worked. I don't think I don't I've ever seen an RV pilot not chase an octopus.
I just listened to
I don't-
science. I'm not happy with this.
Hey. Wow, look at this though. It's amazing the
Yeah.
geology here. Wow, a really big mullet crab, it looks like.
Seahorses. Big seahorses.
Oh. I wish there were seahorses in the deep sea.
Best flapjack and helmets.
What?
Depth chart, when we were off LA, we found two, wasn't it? Two flak jackets. One with an actual bullet impression in it.
Ah.
And
Oh, here's an octopus we can zoom on because he's interacting with coral. It looks,
you weren't gonna get away with two.
I know. Because we have seen small octopus that will crawl around on live corals, so we'll take a look at this one. Okay. I'm going. Gonna crawl in there. Shelter. There's a lot going on here. Got a little goniasterid sea star, squat lobsters, fish. Some live coral.
This is Matabora.
Yeah. No, it's just strange. There's other types. So whatever this is some type of dendrophilid skeleton. This is different. And now he has hidden himself.
Get this little spot off over here.
He knows it's dinner time. Whoa.
Gangster crab.
Oh, gee.
That was a warning to you.
Yeah.
Keep your claws out of its way. All right, let's carry on. feel like this is one of those times where the live coral is gonna be elusive all this time with the rubble. Wow. It's like a shrimp inside.
No, they're always getting more and more dense.
I don't know. It is patchy though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Right?
Lots of sea stars around, which
It's
means
also
it
steep
seems
enough
like
that
they're all.
it might kind of have to, it might fall into the catches and kind of.
Yeah, yeah. Lots of sea. There's 1, 2, 3. Sideroid
We're
urchin.
gonna go
Actually, can we
together
take a
just
look at that
before.
urchin?
Absolutely.
It looks different than, it looks like the one that Tim had in his little booklet that we'd seen on the Sclerotinian last time.
That's the only one that does the set screws. That's next.
Okay.
Makes sense.
It definitely looks like this white one that he has that we saw once in the Phoenix Islands protected area. That we haven't seen since. This is also a very good look at the skeleton of the coral.
Couple
But
wide polyps buried in there.
right.
Yeah, looks like some coral livery going over here in the corner.
Oh yeah.
Just a
Lots of
star.
coral livery happening. They find that live tissue just there's multiple of them. Oh
Yeah.
no.
No,
Its arm is wrapped around.
I think that's the second one.
Max zoom. Is that a crab on the other side?
It's something.
I think it's a crab. Oh, look, you can like see some. Yeah, it's a crab moving. So the purple area is alive. There's tissue on there, but all the white skeleton around it is dead. Actually, here's a really good shot of polyps out.
Yeah, that's two coral. That's 2 sea stars and a crab right there.
All fighting over this barely live coral. All right, let's keep going. Okay. No,
Okay, I'll go.
no, I do. I'll go. I'll run back up if it gets amazing. I know, I know. I do, I deserve it.
More coral livery. You see that tube, that tube of coral?
A what?
That it looks like an organ pipe.
No idea.
Tubes. I think it's shallow water tube of coral.
But no, like everyone have a look at the rubble. There's a sea star munching on the last little bits of live coral.
Every time?
Not, I mean, not every time, but comparatively, it's a lot in the rowboat.
It's kind of amazing. We got that one, right?
Get the fossil coral in there.
Oh, wow. Did you get a good zoom on that already?
No. I saw that.
Jared, can I get a little room on it? To zoom on this?
Zoom?
Mm-hmm. Do you mind? Can I go in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like. Wow. Looks like Tubipora, but it's hard to tell. Usually has a kind of a bluish skeleton in the shallows now, but who knows what this was back then, right? Could have been a totally different species. It's huge. It's just massive. But if that is what it is, it's indicative of pretty shallow. We saw it in Tarawa. Remember that? Blue.
I saw the skeleton. I don't
Mhm.
remember seeing it alive, but I don't.
Oh, it's alive too, but it's really similar. Thank you. That was really helpful. Just wondering what all those bases or parts of a shell that are stuck in. It's part of a shell. Amazing landscape. And then here we go. Whoa.
Coral flies.
A flying coral monster. Hey Jared, can I zoom in again?
Yep.
Okay. And there's another star. You're absolutely right. So one of the big things we're thinking, and there's another stylaster. Steve had wanted one of those. Did you grab one yet?
We think it fell off.
Right, so there's another one here, and there's another one here, and there's another one here. Is that possible to grab?
We're at.
This little white thing that looks different, see? It's got thinner branches, or this one down here.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Zoom out. Let me see what we got.
If it's impossible, we can wait. We can find another spot. We'll find another place.
Okay.
It's been around. It's not uncommon. There's very little live coral and everything's being eaten.
Yeah.
So
So far.
I'm amazed there's enough to sustain all of those coral boars, right?
We'll see when we get up top. We gotta assume there's a massive source.
I agree.
This is the sink, but
There's another one. Look. Literally everywhere. So I'm just looking up. And there's not very much live tissue left, but what there is being grazed on by a coralivore. And there's more stylasters tucked in. Every time. And we're not wrong, Brian Kennedy. So I've just been looking kind of spur and groovy to you. Not really.
I mean, it's been looking more CKV to me, frankly,
Mhm.
than Spur and Groove. But yeah, I don't feel like this has been Spur and Groove at all. It's more like CKVs. And kind of the wash. Looks like erosional features with wave action to me.
There's another star and another one, two of them. And I just wanted to document this enough so that we can count them later. See, there's one on the bottom and one on the top. And two more on the top. Yeesh, right? 3, 4. There's a bunch of them. So there's obviously enough here to sustain them. I don't know if they're exclusively eating live coral. That's the tricky piece, but
There's not a whole lot else here, right? It's
Well-
deep, it's not a sediment.
so we are at 429 meters. I'm climbing. It's a really cool landscape.
Yeah, it really is. This is not geology I'm used to seeing this deep.
Have you looked at these little sponges yet?
Not really close now.
You should take a look at them. There's a couple of encrusting sponges as well. There's a lot of them. Thanks, Jared. Whoa. There's a good stylaster. Yeah, no problem. There's a star knot on a coral, a couple of them. You're in a cave? Okay. Wow.
Right, is it? This chapter is ceremony.
All up in there, boy.
You want to walk for a few minutes while you eat dinner?
Yep, sure.
What's that? What's
Go there.
these are Thorella in there too, still late.
Yeah, it looks like they're reacting more to one on -16 on -5, but compared to the controls, they're lower.
So they're both reacting.
Yeah, the one on -16 is
That was a
in
good cave.
like the
It's still-
80s, the other one's in like the low hundreds, and then the controls are like at 140, 120, so.
Here.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're back in here looking at these overhangs.
That's where it's all coming from.
Look at that. Wowie. So all of that's probably. Can I take a look at that coral, or is it not a good
Which one
one?
were you?
I want to look at the
All
edges.
the same?
Yep.
Down there, and I'll-
Whoa.
Is this new or have we seen this already?
I don't know yet. I want to. There, I think they're stylaster. In which case, I'm going to beg you to collect one. But I don't know if it's possible to hang them upside down. And you're in a weird position. They're hanging upside down and they're hard. They've got like a crumbly skeleton. So we're looking at this overhang wall and what I think is a bunch of stylaster sort of encrusting the edges and the overhang. And this is a pretty cool species. It's related to fire corals, so it's hydrocoral. And it's got all these like little stingy bits on it, but it's very, this is clearly its place. So it's hanging around upside down. It's got a really fringy kind of look to it. And I'm gonna see if we can maybe try to collect some somewhere. If not here, it's gonna be so common again. We can wait for a better setup. So just say no. So we're gonna wait for a better setup. All right, let's just keep going up then.
Is that a type of hardcore related to?
No,
Samia?
I don't know. It's a fire coral, like Millipora.
It's fine.
Well, I hate to tell you, Cody. That's so much wrong. Wrong. It's over.
Wow. All right, can I zoom a little?
Yeah, let me get in there first. I was
Sure.
just looking at this overhang before I did.
Yep, for sure.
but I did want to get in there for you.
Anything on Slack from Steve about collections? Might still be dinner.
They're watching.
I know, I think you might want to collect. Let me check over here. I can check this way. So I think this would be a place to slurp it. The way to do it would be to slurp it. Steve, we're talking about you. Say now, right? One of these guys.
What about 'em?
One of these little purple stylasters is kind of tucked in.
Yeah, I was wondering what was in there.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, if we can get it in a quiver, that's the best. But if we corals in a coral, it's like multi-coral head.
Oh, wow. The fossils here are just stunning. It really gives you a sense. What?
It's kind of cool because what's dissolved here has been the sediment that fills in the reef matrix, and so just the corals left over.
I mean, it's the, yeah, exactly. It's the skeleton. The imprint. Well, you know, when you look at a living reef, you see all of these sort of like interstices, a lot of which is filled with other stuff that isn't going to calcify with the same level of
Yeah, but like
fossilization potential.
parrotfish, poo and
course.
sediment, all that stuff fills in the reef. That helps it build upwards, create new
Sure.
habitat for things to settle.
Right, you get all of this, I mean, accretion, and then it consolidates usually with the crustose coral and algae and grows upwards from there. But it's pretty neat to sort of see the and sort of leftover interstices here.
It's all very lost city. This is just like Indiana Jones.
It's really cool. So it's really neat. By training, I'm a shallow water coral reef biologist, and it's really coming into play here as I sort of look at these really familiar processes and see them underwater, and then see what the deep sea organisms have done to sort of set up in them. And if only we knew how old these were. Any guesses?
The new coral, the living coral,
Yeah.
or the old coral?
The old coral.
Fossils. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you could about calculate using sea level models to give an approximate.
These seem out to what, like 80 million years old? Is that right? I feel like I've
The-
read that recently.
The antecedent topography, something in the 70 to 80 million.
Yeah,
years.
exactly. So less than 80 million years old.
Well, I mean, if you use the ballpark range of about 200-meter lower sea level in the 10 to 50,000 years ago
This is what we're looking for.
range,
Yeah.
I'm sure it's probably hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah.
But that's my
I agree with you.
back of the envelope brain conjecture.
So Jared, I don't know if this is impossible, but it's this white crusty stuff that we're looking for. Yep, I'm just letting you
I
know.
think most of this is madrepora though. Is white.
Yeah, but there's a stylaster right there. See it? Right hanging out on top. And there's one in there too. That. No?
No.
You don't think that's a stylaster? Right here? With a wavy,
I don't think so.
I don't know if it's alive. No,
We can take a
okay,
look.
we can take a look at it.
Are you gonna do it?
We might be wrong. After you've set up now, this might not be the right coral, but I'm pretty sure I saw one in and amongst. That's madrepora. But this down here, the purple, I think is madrepora, but you don't think this is, you don't think so?
Take a closer look.
I don't know, maybe you're right.
I'm thinking that's just dead
Smoothed over skeleton.
octocoral skeleton, probably a precious coral or something.
Oh, yeah.
Uh, But that black branch there, that's a primnoid branch. So there's primnoids up there as well.
Somewhere. All right. Well, thanks for setting up for the really great zooms.
Keep going.
Pull back.
What?
Pull back.
We're
on
gonna
Zoom.
pull back for 1 second and get a good shot. I'm all the way back. Here, I can just frame this. We'll stay here for a second.
Sorry.
All right.
Yep.
Yep. So this big divot is an ancient coral that used to be kind of living in this pavement. And what you're seeing is part of the skeleton that's still here. Some of it's been, when it was alive, probably eroded away by bioeroders who are living in and amongst it. And then as it fossilized and there was some erosion, and what you see left are just the oof.
Some more sea star.
Another one eating. My
Predation.
goodness, yeah. Every single live bit, there's been a sea star on them.
It's low hanging fruit, no pun intended. Low hanging corals, stuff that falls.
Apparently delicious. It's a big crab. You see it in the top?
Yeah, that is a.
What is that?
It's like it fell. It's just kind of lying on its back.
It does not look. I don't know what that is.
Oh, you know what that is? That's a
It's a what?
little bit closer, and I might be able to
Jared,
tell.
can I zoom on this one?
What were you on?
This crab?
Oh, yeah.
Hard to tell.
That is a. It's a crab, but it looks like it's on its.
It's got some very, very interesting appendages. Oh, you know what it is? It's one of the this is what it usually uses to hold an extra piece of coral or sponge, and it just doesn't have anything in it right now.
Hamalid?
Yeah.
No, it's,
No?
It's a spider crab of some kind. I think. With these spines, the hamalids, yeah, you would be able to see those modified last pair of appendages.
That's what I'm wondering if these are, what you're thinking now? Okay,
That would be on the in the
On the
back.
front.
Yeah.
these are in the front. Yeah.
It's a type of spider crab of some type. I've never seen one so spiny.
It's extremely spiny. We should get some good images of this. Yep.
Get closer.
That's what we got.
Let's got these crazy bullhorns
Oh, yeah.
on top.
Focus. Oh, that's amazing.
He's opening his mouth. Say hi.
It's like a puppet.
Definitely screams, "Don't touch me." We all
I mean, he's
regret it.
certainly armored enough, right? I mean, I wouldn't want to mess with him. All right. Thank you. These sponges in the back too are pretty interesting. We should just log them and so Brian can go back and look at them later. It's more Madrepora rubble. Okay.
Good to go.
Yeah. So Steve, I've been thinking a lot about these boreholes, and to me, they look reminiscent of what you typically see urchins to make. Does that seem reasonable to you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there have been some instances of deep water sideroids, particularly in these types of holes. We were mentioning the other day that sideroids and other kinds of urchins are bioeroders. I mean, in the past, when this was closer to higher up in sea level, this might have been wave crash shorelines that they may have burrowed into to avoid getting washed away.
What is that?
Yeah,
That might be your stylaster.
Might be. Yeah.
That's why I thought that
Yeah, the pink is usually a good giveaway,
it has white stylaster too, though.
but the white with pink wash could also be a precious coral. But this is potentially a good candidate.
It's collectible, I think.
But closer, a little bit closer zoom.
Ooh, I can't get a good read in the polyps. Hang on. No, I don't think it is.
It's a hemicorallium.
Corallium. Exactly the same as the red one in the back.
Yeah, but we've also seen that debris as well. So it's got to be coming from somewhere, but I'm not convinced that we've seen the source of the Stoney Coral cliff face yet.
I'm not sure that we have either. Then again, it was tucked pretty
So
back
it
on
was
the back.
impressive how deep some of the rubble was in there, because you wouldn't expect that to move uphill. It'd have to fall down. So maybe there's some small colonies that are on the under sides of these
Well, there's
ledges.
still enough living, and there's not. We didn't see like a massive rubble pile in the bottom of this feature, right? So, I mean, maybe it was there and we just didn't see it. But I have to wonder if a lot of this is just sort of localized little pockets, grow really slowly and die right there.
Yeah, I mean, but I would think it would be a little bit more cohesive. But
What would cement it together down here?
no, well, the larvae need to attach somewhere,
For
and
sure.
none of that rubble was really attached to anything. I mean, there were small clusters, but you would see some live polyps somewhere. Some of that, those polyps, the skeleton was very, very fresh.
Agreed.
So it doesn't seem like it died that recently. You know, when we see white skeleton like that on a Lophelia reef, we're probably talking about recently dead within
What are these?
months to years, a year maximum.
So soft coral?
Those are sponges with parasitic zoanthids.
Okay.
You can see the osculum, and then there's
yeah.
zoanthids popping on
All
the side,
around.
which are interesting relationships also. Very, very dense sponges.
So we are, let's see.
Brachiopods.
They look like brachiopods.
Yeah. Classic brachiopods.
There's more of these stars on the side.
You can kick me out anytime you want.
Yeah, same
You're
thing.
gonna be the peanut gallery
You wanna
back
go
there.
back in? They're like, yes, let us in.
So,
Look, more coralivery.
Yeah, it's a ton of them.
I know. It's just,
I mean,
every time you
this
see it, the
looks
stove
like-
pointed out.
It's nice, yeah.
Whoa.
so
Got the beach gallery back here. Yeah. Good. Close to 400 meters.
Thanks, sir.
You're super scared.
That's it.
You're scared to buy a dog?
Scared.
Oh, okay. Wow, look at that.
That's pretty epic.
That is. So it's not like a huge, it's not huge colonies, but it seems like they're just growing all up this. Well, we're kind of off the wall. Is it possible to white balance? Well, I just mean, I think we need to white balance in at some point. Okay. 8 degrees Celsius. Okay. Wow.
Sounds tough to get a color shot. There's some there. A lot of these bigger, this size columns are.
Is that what happened? Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, we'd like to take a closer look at some of this when we can.
Purple.
I know.
It's not. President. So purple and Lobsenia. Which Lobsenia except for some-
Sure.
Bear in mind, within Metropora, there are seven different, 7 or 9 different morphologies.
There's your Madrepora.
I do believe there's stylized in there, just it's not because I thought it was.
You don't think that purple stuff is which is all honey brown?
That's not for it.
The purple stuff I think is Madrepora.
Oh.
Let's see. Is this okay, Cody?
But stylized are purple.
But this is also different. This is different.
That might be Solomosmelia.
Really?
Well, I think so.
That's surprising to me.
It's so thin. It's more brambly. It's a zigzag.
It's all much littler than I.
Yes, same.
Yeah.
Solomosmelia and Metropora are actually some of the more dominant.
Oh, here we go. More coral.
Solanus familia, go further south.
So,
it's
I don't-
called Solanus familia.
It doesn't look like Solanus familia to me, Steve, at least not what's in the Atlantic.
That's what I'm comparing it to.
It's definitely something else, but I have a hard time saying that that's Solanus familia.
So to beat the reality check,
Yes,
we
sir.
have 15 minutes of bottom time. We're gonna be back by 7.
That's still our plan.
Kind of hard to find, but should aim for it.
Okay, well, let's keep going up because we can
Well, I
see
guess
how
it-
dense
yeah,
this
that's
is
what
as we go up.
That wide shot is. Come down the
Can we,
ice over
yeah,
there.
that's what I was gonna ask.
That's-
This is great. Seeing this kind of from this angle, you can see how dense everything is.
that's just-
Wow, it's just on the underside of this. So we saw all the rubble, the coral rubble on our way up, and we were suspecting that we would have really large colonies, so big groups of corals. And it seems like what we've found is we have a lot of small colonies of coral, but are probably what are contributing to the majority of that rubble that we've seen down below. So as they get heavier or disturbed by something else, they just fall off this cliff face and end up falling down that rubble road. Wow, look at this. This is amazing. I haven't seen anything like this. It's a totally different growth form than the Nelpsamia that we saw yesterday, and neither other madrepora colonies that we've seen on other seamounts. Octopus, and there's all kinds of associates within here. Squat lobsters, sea stars. Look at all the immunity crabs. Yeah, we need an Oreo. So many of these. Oh, there's another octopus.
Zoom in on that guy a little bit.
Okay, well, give me a second. There's another octopus.
Wow.
Wow.
Octopus garden.
Can I come in?
Oh, could you do that?
Which one do you want? The top one?
This is magic. That's the monster.
That's what,
Yeah.
yeah. Looks kind of like the same
Friends.
octopus we saw yesterday.
It does, and
You're
there was
right,
one
it
earlier
is.
today.
It's about the right depth.
We have. All right, let's see.
See, Robin.
It's our first sea robin, I think.
Can I look down with this line?
It's kind of unusual to see so many octopuses so close together.
Yeah, it is. They're just hanging out in the little crevices.
This shows you something.
Look how
Perspective.
localized it is, right?
Yeah,
Down to
it's
the
not
right, there's
even-
nothing there.
And as we got to the top, there's nothing on the other side.
Everything else just looks so smooth, it'd be hard to hold on.
Okay. Is there anything else here that we would like? Where?
More deeply. Scan around a little bit. I know it's kind of up here, but
Okay, so you want to say what you want, Steve?
look a little more deeply into here. And go full view, hold on a few shots up here and look at some of those
Okay,
corals that we can't identify because there's a ton of stuff in here that
And
I'm
there's
sure we're not seeing.
coral
Yeah, for
livery on
sure.
the left too.
Because there's square axis optocoral. So
least as close.
Can we get a white balance?
You zoom out,
Oh, yes.
trying to zoom through a whole bunch of blue water. So the time's great.
Oh.
You just get it. We'll get a chance to read it, because it snaps and then sort of work there. See, it's the same kind of stuff.
Zoom in, Kobe. Oh,
Yes.
So they do the over.
It's hard to tell through this like oblique view that. Let's see the stomach, so I want to see if we can get a look at it.
maybe
So
the
much
stomach.
stuff in there.
No, it looks like it's.
There's a
actively
stylaster.
feeding.
Yeah,
It's there's like, you could take a graph here and you could have like 15 different things. It's
Really
past the
diverse.
rest of them inside.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what that other coral is. Interesting. It's a dendrophile that.
Yeah.
It's autofocus on.
Yes. Elanthids.
How big cluster we got? Was there some of this?
There was some in there. I can't
So
guarantee
that-
what.
Those polyps are right there in the middle. That's Crispatotrocus.
Okay.
That's a pseudo-colonial coral. That's actually solitary, but it grows in these clusters. We saw that in 2017. So that is different from everything else that we just saw.
From this,
Yeah,
you're saying.
different from
Yeah.
that, which is different from cub corals.
Madrepora, yeah. Or what we're saying is, it looks like Madrepora to me.
I think that's Scleraxis.
Okay.
But I love the blue wash on it, and it's very intriguing. Because that's not typical of Scleraxis.
Hanging out in a very bizarre position.
This is reminding me of like these depths in the Caribbean. Just replace all of these with stylastrids, and that's what the Caribbean looks like. This depth.
But the niche, like the way they have it, sounds like it's really similar.
It's all on the under
Right.
the overhangs. Yeah.
So the question
I-
I ask is ecologically, what is it about these depths and these overhangs? There's your same little.
Yeah, like,
Oh, there's- oh, it's a permit
I would request everything. If I could,
Well, even within this little.
because I know
nook
that.
of stuff.
Yeah, look back in the
Scleraxis
cave.
is
Yeah.
something we haven't
That's
seen
just, that's
at all.
really surprising.
The whole teams are really good shot.
Everybody sits up. Yeah, I mean, it's also in some of the other colonies that we've seen with the large Analopsomnia and Madrepora. It's normally just one of them. Sometimes you get a mixture of two, but this is like Steve was saying, 2 to 3 different. Yeah, if you want to kind of hang on that octopus.
We're gonna have to call this the octopus's garden. You were right.
I think there's 2 or 3 places that already called that though.
Oh, really?
It's called the octopus's hangout. The octopus's
Ooh, I
ledge.
like it. Hangout's good.
Yeah, it looks like
Hydro.
Sponge is behind that.
And it looks like there's a little hydroid in the bottom down there. See it? Kind of hanging off.
I mean, hydroids are always everywhere, I feel like.
Weird. It's the only one.
Dead material in there too, right?
I'm curious, like with the amount of octopus, what there must be a reason that they. I mean, we see them in other areas where they brood their young, and they hang out in very particular spaces.
It's an apartment building.
Yeah.
One of these is a octopus condo.
This is always like looking at these types of habitats are when you see just why we call these types of corals ecosystem engineers. So it just really fuels so much other life beyond just the coral itself. Whereas when we see all the bare rock faces, you're not really seeing the same amount of diversity of other organisms.
This is like wall to wall coral carpet.
Yeah. We can
It's not soft.
keep panning if you want, Cody.
What is that?
Just a hair.
Yes, I absolutely can do
It's
that.
like,
Big circular.
Is that more than a hair?
Say it's so much coordinates, target, that's-
Right at the bottom, right? Let's move it.
Oh, could you drop like a high pack point? So everybody, I feel like we are in consensus that we're probably not going to sample in this spot. Is that true? How do people want to approach this?
I don't think we could.
Unless you could
I was gonna say, don't
Maybe we can.
do some suction along.
tease.
Have to be suction, I think, right?
Suction is just gonna find the. it's gonna fall.
Well, or it's that you essentially have to like cup it,
Scoop it,
right?
yeah.
And the octocoral is not gonna suction very well.
No.
The one option is it's messy, but you can potentially try and just scoop something straight in the rock box from here. Just put the rock box under something and flip it up if the overhang's not too great.
Yeah. Just lock it in the box.
Here's a
J-Rod, Cody,
cup
what do you think?
coral.
Oh, we can do it.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's a
they-
spot right here, right next to the lane. It's off to the right.
Really?
Right to the left. And then we can sample
Is this
Okay.
flowers here.
Watch let's go.
we can definitely, I think we should try and sample because I don't think we're gonna find these same things again, and we're kind of getting to the end of our dive, so it's a good opportunity for us to pick up a couple representatives from this wall.
So I guess, Steve, what is your
Yeah,
highest
team.
priority?
What are we trying to,
Everything.
okay, you have to pick.
You have to pick something.
I mean,
Well, let's-
keeping in theme, I would like a piece of the octocoral that's in there, but I also want some stylastrates, and those are very small and probably would need to be slurped unless they were grabbed with another bramble.
Okay, well, why don't we
So
see
that's like
where,
that could be a two-fer.
why don't we see where they,
Like this little about.
Well, yeah, that's one way to do it, but I feel like you would
Destroy the wall.
destroy too much.
Yeah, surgical.
Yeah, and it's hard to be surgical when you're pushed around in a knot and a half current.
well, we're gonna let them set up and then we'll see what is in view. All right, is this face melting enough for you, Steve?
So it's starting to cool off now. but It's pretty melty.
Steve is always looking for face melting corals. I think this checks that box. Did you hit the OMG button?
I did.
It's a slope here, right? I feel like it's just this one formation here, this one rock here. Yeah, it looked-
I would say it's pretty localized, but we've been following this kind of thing for a while, right?
I'm trying to make it look-
I want that one.
Which one?
Look at this. Plateau.
Yeah, right. All right,
It's pretty-
anything around here, yeah?
Yes, let's see. Can I come in and look?
It's amazing.
Can we ISO down a little bit? Thank you. Okay.
I think
I think
top three
this,
things: stylastrates, Solanasmilia looking thing,
Yeah.
and octocoral.
Yes, go ahead.
so there's octocoral here with this.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Do you want this one?
Something bigger.
Okay, let's see. What's over
You
here?
still need the map before that's all over there on the right, so
Right. So what about
it's pretty open in there.
with this?
Yes,
Okay, and then we could sample this.
yes.
You want to put lasers on this, see how big it is, just so we know.
Do you want purple one of that, or does it matter?
This we don't have in purple. I think that is the magical morphology.
Lasers, thank you.
So this is like 10 centimeters. That's a quiver, right?
See the
No,
lasers?
that's a.
Yes.
Sorry,
That's,
yeah.
so I think we'll start with collecting this colony. And then we'll put that into a quiver. And then we'll probably do 2 more other collections after that.
So here, collection.
Yes,
What's the next sample number?
208.
Can we do a close in situ on the
Okay.
coral?
Let me zoom in on it real fast, J Rod, sorry.
Those little salamasters.
Tiny.
See it?
Yeah, they're everywhere. Think that's what they are.
Yeah. You see what those ones are.
Right, yep. But I was wrong before. So no problem.
Yeah,
That's-
that's.
That's Parassus,
That's
isn't it?
Good shot.
yeah. I think we got 2 different octocorals here. This bluish thing is different from this. Yeah, you're right. This is
That's Parassus.
Parassus or something. This is I've seen something like this. It's different from squamata. And could you see that? But yeah, that's different also.
Okay,
There's a bigger colony of that blue stuff over here on the left,
okay, okay.
So
right there.
This is,
that's different.
I think
right there, too.
I think it's different, no?
is it?
Well,
I don't think it's, so it's like blue here, like the,
Well, I think that
the,
that's the skeleton, the axis coming
Right.
through, you know?
it's definitely different than the other what we've been calling Parassus.
Yeah.
This is different.
That is totally different.
So do you want to sample that one?
Yes.
Okay.
And the other.
All of that, and not that one.
Did you
anymore.
take a photo?
I did take a photo.
Okay.
You want me to just open up the front towards you?
I think so, just slide it, just drive it in.
I mean, it's not the first time that I've done that.
Yeah, right.
so. But yeah, we'll start with that coral. You want to just call it a plexarid?
Yeah.
208.
So our altitude's about 25 meters. All the girls, it seems like that's it. That's it.
Quiver number 3. Yes.
First one you want to be signed.
Okay. Sorry, I just need to. This one.
With that yellow one up to the right. It's that
He-
one first.
I know, he changed his mind.
Oh, so you don't want that yellow one at all?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So what part of this one do you want?
You can take this.
That- yeah,
Just
whole-
that piece?
Whole,
Just take the whole.
Just
the whole
take
thing, whatever
what you can get from this.
I think it might actually be easier to grab that coral plus this
You will do that first.
together.
I agree with that.
Well, let them do that.
Yeah.
See what comes up.
Honestly,
There are options.
yes. Or Yep, that's
Yeah.
right.
a good yank.
That's great. Awesome. Great.
Can this stuff all be mixed up or do you want separate? quarters?
We can put them,
I don't mind putting it all
we
the
can put them
same.
in the same quiver.
So I can leave this one up
Yes,
for
you can
the
leave
next
that one open.
one? Make them stabilize.
But we're gonna call it different sample numbers.
Yes,
Yeah, for sorting later, right?
yes.
Yeah, we'll have to sort out more.
The next one. Where were we? Now I'm lost. I see it.
Straight up.
Right there.
That chunk?
Goes up another level.
Okay. I mean, it's all the
It's above
same.
that big sponge, but there's the yellow. coral.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
It's all down the face of that wall, it's almost all on the streets too.
It's a nice big one right above that yellow coral on the top that I was thinking Steve might want to go for. Did you see it, Steve?
Which one?
Right above this.
Skylash?
It's a nice big, what I think is a skylash.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
okay.
what I was looking at too.
Well, we're gonna do this one first. We're gonna sample this. Yes, the white with pink tint.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Sample number
209. It's one that's more brittle, but it should just kind of pop off for you.
Structure on the left.
Yeah.
You see that? I'm thinking like why they're here and not around. Depending on what to do with that, but this is just more. There's more pieces to hold on to.
You see the other side, relatively sheer.
Yeah.
It's also. It's gotta be-
For sure.
and, you know, once we took it, I set up a two- big setup on the fence.
Yeah.
209.
Yeah. You're saying it's a dendrophilic?
To zoom in on the rock to the right, right, it has nothing growing on it.
Fix that, right?
But I actually like there is, we definitely have seen skeleton like that before, but I've never seen it live.
Yes, it comes.
So it is actually really cool that we're seeing that because I remember seeing something on in 2017
Mhm.
and thinking like that's not madrepore, that's not an elasamia, and I
So I don't know if
could never figure out what it was.
The nice part, there was some of this in the previous
Yeah.
grab, so you know, even if there's not live tissue, we can use the skeleton for morphology, and then this live stuff can be used for the genetics.
That is great. That's great.
Missing Anna.
Yes.
And,
Oh, yeah.
Mara, yeah.
So it's gonna be right here,
Anna Myers, yeah.
either of this
Yeah.
one or this one.
It's pretty exciting. I mean, this is really.
I wouldn't mind slurping those, but if they can grab it, and I know
You
they
wanna-
can.
Yeah, let's let J Rod decide how he
There-
wants to
This
sample.
is even more brittle than the last stuff. 210.
210.
Super curious.
Should go back for one. Is everyone turning their head?
Can we do this, the one that was right next to it also, that same white one?
That was amazing.
You know, there's something heavy happening when everyone gets quiet.
Yeah.
Concentration.
See that spider crab? Spider crab. The horns, like here.
And the big, what was it? The big. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Kind of mild, like, but Steve was great because they had the rakes in the front, not the back.
Yeah, sure. You can throw that in there. It's gonna take a long time.
Do you think that's enough time that you have?
Yeah, I mean,
know
if,
there's not a lot of
if other people want more, we might want to grab some more. Because that's not a lot.
Okay.
I was thinking if we want cup corals too, then we can just
Slurp.
do one big lot.
Oh,
Just
okay.
slurping anything anyone thinks about.
What are you saying?
No, just do like before we go, since all the cup corals can go easily with a slurp, but we just go down for yeah, that's a question for Brian.
It's a great idea.
What?
Sort of have it already.
Yeah.
Just can't touch this one. So. Before you say that. I think before they used to do it straight horizontal line.
I think it's a great idea. Brilliant. We should definitely do that. We can. Just before we start doing it.
Just, you know.
Okay, great. Can we close that, Quiver?
Yeah.
We'll close that.
You want some more of that?
We might do some slurping in a minute and we can try and slurp some of the smaller ones. Or do you want to go for one more?
That's fine. I think we should go for slurp after
Oh, I see.
we
what
do
you're
what
saying.
we need to do. Yeah.
Is this the same stuff?
Yes, right, yeah, in
Also,
between
yeah.
your. Yeah.
Madrepora though,
Huh?
That looks irregular.
It does look irregular.
That's why I saw that earlier. The dead bed, we first saw the dead bed, right?
Yeah.
And it was.
I'm not convinced I mean, there
The
is
polyps look-
purple madrepora, we know that.
Yeah.
It's clear it's here, but
Something else I saw.
So I
that-
think
that
that,
looks like Solanus to me.
no, that is not Solanicilia.
That stuff on top. So. That's fine.
Yeah, take it, and put it in the rock box.
Oh yeah, you can put it in the rock box.
Call this a new sample.
There's a Madrepora right in there.
But yeah, that's, that'll satisfy everyone, right?
It's just,
Hanging on by the fibers of an octocoral. So we're going to call this a new sample if it's
Yeah.
here on the rock box?
Yeah. but yeah. I did.
If
Yes.
it does fall, we're gonna have to backtrack.
You're gonna mix it with the rock box.
There's no matter for the rock box.
No, we mix it with the rock box. Right, so we're- right.
You see the air schema? There's an ophiur right above it, John. It's interesting.
Suggest this group or something, or just leave it, because if this just falls to its depths, it's gonna be big.
What are we calling it, 211?
Yeah.
Monster coral.
Beautiful.
Great, that's amazing.
Well done. I am very impressed.
No, I think that's good for now.
That's extremely impressive.
You are just. Do you
Well, you
guys
could
want to do this
Look at-
photo
I think
mosaic?
We
let's
should
look at
try,
that.
yeah.
Well, just a couple of pats at least, right? It doesn't
Okay.
have to be- You want this purple thing?
No, I
I
don't.
think there's some in there.
You know,
For certain it's Madrepora.
I mean, I'm
That's a
not
good-
sure. I can't.
This is a good shot of
This,
it.
that is.
There's a lot of other Sclertinians that do that also. I
Oh,
I can't be sure.
Oh, snap.
I can't be sure.
We're gonna collect that.
With the bar box, or you want it in the
No, I would like it in a quiver, please.
same cover or you put it?
A new quiver.
Can we go image it one more time?
Yeah.
After
usually,
After
yeah.
the open. There are 7 different variations on Madrepora oculata, so it could very well be Madrepora. Or maybe it's the 8th variation.
Maybe it's the what?
Maybe it's the 8th.
The 8th variant.
The 8th variation.
You call it type.
Sounds like a
type 8.
classical music piece, the 8th variation.
Okay, quiver 1. Oops.
I mean, if we do this, I don't think we can start after this. Do you think so? Why? What's provided?
I just mean, do we have everything?
The only thing we don't have are the couple rows. That's the only I would be interested in, but I'm fine.
There are
Passing.
a couple of them on the top, easier to get. I don't know if they're the same ones.
I mean,
Yeah.
any of them. We haven't collected any, and I don't think we have any idea of what they are right in this area. But if it's a time thing,
I'd rather mosaic it before we do any more.
Wanna go in for an image?
Just because. Is that a little star?
I think it's a snail.
Snail or something?
all right, ready to go collect. 212.
212. Yes.
I was thinking, I need more boxes. Ship all this fragile coral in it.
Yeah.
It's, I filled up one of the boxes with dried specimens, like pillows already. We can condense it down a bit, but
Don't you make those big poof bags?
yeah, I basically just ziplocked the bag with air in it.
That's okay.
Same thing.
Yes, it is. Will you take an image?
Yep.
Oh, there's some others.
Got it.
You got a picture of it?
Yes.
Yep.
That part is so white at the base. Like this is, it's really white. And that's really
It's until 212.
yes. Yeah. You're good. Amazing,
Nice.
honestly.
Wow. My hand. Anything else?
You can close that quiver.
Yeah. Are you okay with doing a little imaging down there?
Yeah, where's Brian? This is all-
Is that over there? You just back the cat.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's just do that. If you just come. You just come down like 5.
yeah.
Not the whole one. You can't get that because it's clear. Zoom all the way out. I guess Alexis.
They've got it, yeah.
Right, for sure. But even so, it's worth a shot.
Did we fire this? Do you want this? Can you? Is there any kind of off back?
We should do it anyway. Upside down fish.
Well, dirty.
Okay, so we're gonna try and make a mosaic. So the couple things looking at the ones we've tried so far, I think the change in the color temperature of the light when we change altitude and distance off is giving the program a heartache. So I realize this is like one of the worst potential places to try this, but really trying to maintain distance off the wall consistently is, I think, going to be important.
You also need clarity.
Correct. So yeah, somewhere a happy medium between the two, and we can kind of set the lights, and I think the consistency.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
2 different cameras being talked about.
No, I think that'll confuse the system. Unless they were true stereo and comparable, I think if there's difference, it's not going to realize, and it's going to try and fit them in the same mold.
I don't know, using our stick camera with good lighting and that.
Yeah, I think that's going to actually make it harder because it's going to see things at different aspect ratios. So if if possible, maintaining like a meter off the wall, I think will be the goal, and set the lighting and the ISO for about
That's nice.
a set distance.
About that far away or a little bit further?
I think about that far is probably pretty good, and it's going to be the color variation between the near field and far field is going to really be hard here because of the overhang, and I don't think there's a way around that.
The way around that would be to bring the camera to horizontal, try to do a horizontal.
Oh,
So look like this.
with it, if we weren't fighting an overhang, I would 100% agree. But since we're in the
How's
overhang,
that lighting?
I
Or
think that's probably about as good as we're gonna.
Just side up a little bit more and then.
I think
I can get it darker as well. So we got a little bit more light on that starboard side.
so. A little bit brighter. I think the blackness is actually screwing with it. So I'd rather it be slightly overexposed, I think, than under.
How's that?
I think that probably is about as good as we're probably going to get it. And then just maintaining this distance off the wall is going to be really I think the most important thing. And then just as many passes as you can give me over as much area as you think you can do with maintaining just kind of this lighting condition. And this actually might be a situation where Tim's camera is useful too. Probably, actually, it's where to go. Probably left. I think if it's a 30-second interval, which I think it is, that's not going to be enough. Go away, shrimp.
It's gonna mess up.
Well, actually, I mean, not really in the long term, but it's gonna, the less good the image, especially if the focus tracks the shrimp.
True.
How's the double test from? That was way too close. I'm zoomed all the way out. Do you want a little touch zoom in?
No, I think this is, I think this is good.
Flip the camera up just a minute.
Okay. I think that'll work. Maybe just, yeah, that's short. How high up is your sonar mounted? Is it basically in the light bar or? Okay.
1, 1, 2, 3 actions.
I don't think we need to cross the gap. So if you want to just come down half a screen width and go back the other way.
How's that?
Looks pretty good. Actually, you might back off the wall just a touch because we're casting the shadows. There we go.
Stuff going in. Fascinating if this one
You're gonna come in a
works.
little bit quicker.
Well,
That's hold about there. Yep. You want to start the next pass?
The small monsters might mess up here. Let's see what they're fighting.
how's that, Brian?
Looks pretty good. Yeah, the swell lobsters may be problematic as much as they're moving. Okay.
Wow, that's a great shot of it.
I'll come down one more time. This is where it kind of dips in. That's good.
Keep coming.
Okay.
All right, that's probably good.
I know. Oh,
One angry crab. Look at
well, he says this is my space.
I'm assuming it's much easier for you to do the lateral moves, not up and down, right? Sorry?
I can try.
I mean, let's go down one more lateral side. I would, yeah, I'm sure it's going to be easier to do this, but we'll get more consistent light holding a depth and trying to deal with the shifting of the angle. All right, that's probably good for down, and then you can just close in on the wall touch.
I'll let it settle there. There'll be no wind.
That's probably good.
What?
So look at the comparison on the rock that has no life.
Yeah, yeah,
Two more octopuses.
yeah, they're all up in this. It's gonna be at least, what?
Do you want to try and go all the way down, or do you want just the top, or is how much time and pressure you're feeling?
Not.
Okay.
I think I might hear this until 7:30, so if it's just under 10 minutes, but I don't want to get moving on to something else and I get stuck. So I
Okay.
grab this completely.
There.
All right.
Does that make sense?
All right, let me try to do some up and down. moves.
No, I think I'd rather just do one more down pass and then do the same thing we just did back up and duplicate what we did laterally.
Man, it goes all the way down. That's like there's some
That's
cut off.
probably good
right?
enough for down.
Coming in. That about there is gonna start hitting.
Okay, well, you don't want that.
If this might work, give it a shot.
Yep.
I don't know.
My soul shines through.
This is your big prize for the day.
Look at this picture of looking down on it.
All right, well, let's start back up and just work our way back up. Same thing.
Okay, so. Bump that fish.
Oh, there's a big hamala, I think. Sorry, don't go look. I think it's a big hamala.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
No, don't go look though. We'll go look after.
It's gonna come.
Yep.
Good, wait, I'll come back to forward. So let's start going.
Yep.
I'll go in closer once I get this.
Sounds good.
Okay, go on closer.
Little please. Yep.
Stop.
Looks pretty good. You can even back out just a touch if you want to. The fish just hanging out upside down. When that happened in my aquarium, it was a bad sign. No, I think we want it. I think we want it. It's right here. We got that reference a little bit earlier.
Okay.
Doesn't look like it. It's like a crab. It really doesn't make sense.
Nice shot.
Coming up again.
Sounds good.
Keep seeing that sponge over there, thinking
Yeah.
it's an octopus eye.
Seen each other for years.
I mean,
I think Andy get that together.
they haven't seen each other.
That looks pretty good.
Settle out. Alright, go on now. You happy with that? Maybe go a little further?
Yeah, I'm happy with that actually. I think let's do there.
Far away or?
No, I'm pretty happy with this.
Okay.
It's your upside down fish.
I think he was down there.
Okay.
He's your reference for where we are.
I was using it with one, yeah.
Is that him all around there? My God.
I think you're probably actually good at this distance off.
Get there?
Yeah.
Alright.
You can actually probably back off just a touch.
Okay, right, going back. How's that?
Yep, looks pretty good. I'm just trying to keep the whites from oversaturating is kind of the marker I'm using.
We can get it to fluid with the wrong science. For the doctors.
I don't know if it has a crush depth, so. So break off.
We stop now. There's nothing.
All right, let's make one more pass back the other way then.
There. I'll come up past that sponge, okay?
Yep.
I think that'll be the top.
I hope so. I think that's, we should be getting pretty close. No.
Is that right there, Mark?
Yep, sounds good. We can call this good after we make the other side. I think we have enough coverage in terms of the lateral stripes, but I wanted to do the back and to do it over again to make sure we didn't miss a gap between the stripes. So once we're done with this, two more quick things. One, fire the remaining miskin, and then we want to go look at the wall to the right. Do you want to look on the back side of this, or you want to look on the right? Okay.
There's the hamala. We have to look at it. Oh, no, it's not there.
Actually, if we're gonna go back to the right, let's just go up one more and then end on that right side.
Yeah, I'm gonna call that one too.
Yep.
You see that glimpse we got of it? It's like a giant hamala. It's like this big.
A little bit, that,
Yeah, I think that's good for now because I think the wall's gonna move away from you in a second. But no closer. I said just no closer.
Yeah, sponge growing on that coral.
In the mangroves, that's really common.
Really?
Or it's not really common, but it's not uncommon to see like varieties to barricata have skeleton and have small sponges growing on it. You want to back up just a touch. You want to back up just a touch. And if you want to just float up, and we'll just kind of cover this last little corner. All right, let's call that good for the mosaic. And then if you can just spin right and look at this wall, just look at the geology on the wall to the right, please.
Zoom all the way in and see if there's the same kind of structure we were seeing. I'm sure there isn't. But
I just wonder how much of that's bioerosion on the after a long time.
so I don't know if it's recent bioerosion or if it's erosion that happened a long time ago and that's what's enabling everything now. So I just thought it was worth a zoom.
Ready for a zoom? Oh yeah, here comes this sponge or something.
It's a couple.
Yeah, it's really different.
No, I meant down that.
Oh yes, yeah, that looked like some kind of glass sponge too. Let me know when you got enough for what you want, Randy.
What?
Let us know when you've got
Yeah,
enough.
I'm just kind of trying to get into some of these nooks and crannies a little just to see if there's an increase in biodiversity, but there really isn't much.
Nope.
It's sort of surprising, isn't it?
There have been things on there, but
What?
so there have been things.
Yeah,
but
sure. All right, I think we fire this in and
All right, do we want to go back though? I suspect
the
Say it's
skeleton, I
going.
think.
before we get
Before we get too
too
far,
far
away,
away, yeah,
we
we're
want to fire a miskin.
back at the
Yeah.
thing though.
Oh, that's a big. I know it. That's tumbled down.
It was.
Not allowed.
It was. On here.
Yeah.
I lost track of how many you guys.
FK 21, yes, number 6. FK 21-213.
Water sample in Miskin 6.
Yeah, good.
What?
Yeah, I was gonna say put near crazy wall.
Fire. All right,
Right.
to the surface.
No.
No, just the surface. Just up. All right. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. We should be back in the water in 8 hours.
Oh, what?
5.5 hours.
Excuse me.
So we'll be back shortly, and hopefully we might have slept by then. All right. Have a good night, everyone.